It's time. Welcome in. Welcome in. Feels like so long since I've streamed, but it's just been a week. It's been the same week as every other week. But open up OBS. I was like, I don't remember how any of this works. And, we'll figure it out. I got more coffee. I got Lucy in the background, I believe. Yeah. She says hello. Or just snoring. We got a lot to work on today. I just saw that on LinkedIn I had a bunch of bots wishing me a happy 1 year at Chroma Golem. So that's a fun way to know that it's been 1 year. I'm going to double check that my audio sounds good in stream. Well, didn't need headphones because it came out of my monitor, but sounds good. Let me sort that out real fast though. Good. Hi, if you're new, I'm Andrew. I'm one of the two Andrews co-founding Chroma Golem. We are a game studio that is making some cool games. We're both pretty heavy programmers, pretty heavy gamers, and we both have backgrounds in AI. So we saw the new AI stuff coming out this last year, and we were like, there's a lot of cool stuff that could do in games that couldn't have been done before. So we've basically spent the last year prototyping a bunch of small demos to just test out, like, hey, what happens when you can freeform talk to NPCs? Or what happens when you let AI decide what happens to NPCs? Or let AI generate items for your game? Or let AI do this or that or this or that? Lots of things that people in games have either thought like, man, that would be cool, but it sucks that the technology can't do it over the years. Or like gamers have been like, man, I really want a game where I can just do X, Y, and Z, but there's no games like that because it can't be done. There's a lot of new AI stuff that is kind of making it a lot easier to be done. So we started out prototyping stuff. We got a lot of really good feedback on some of our early demos. One of them was Elixir Emporium. It was originally just like a little 2D web-based browser game where you could combine items. There were some NPCs, and we do some AI quest generation for them. And you basically just craft items. You give them the items to solve their quest, and they say they're happy or not. There's a whole lot of cool AI stuff under the hood there where, obviously the items themselves are generated by AI. The crafting recipes are generated by AI. The NPCs and their personalities and professions and stuff are generated by AI. The problems that they're having based on all that, aka their quest, are also generated by AI. That's all stuff that you could do kind of beforehand. A lot of developers used what are they called, the big tables, where you basically roll a dice and piece pieces together to get a very large amount of combinations that are possible, but you still had to hard code in a lot of possibilities and come up with those ideas. We've kind of taken it a step forward where now it's basically infinite, but we have taken it in a different direction as well, where the actions that the player does, we also pass that through to AIs and specifically ask them like, hey, here's the actions, here's the quest, here's the prompts, here's conflicts and what the player has done to resolve it. Would you say that this quest is now resolved? And that was kind of the missing piece to using all those tables. You could generate a whole bunch of different combinations or quest-like things with those tables. We got Dimitri here. He's throwing me off my train of thought. But the hard part with all those was determining whether the player actually solved a quest. And you kind of need a game master in order to do a lot of that, because even when there's only one solution to all those quests that were generated, when you have say the combinatorics of the table is like 1,000 different quest combinations. Are you, as a developer, going to hard code in 1,000 different solutions to check for? And then when you obviously open up multiple combinations or like more open-ended solutions, there's just so much more to check for, and it becomes pretty prohibitively time sucking for the developer to code it all in. But we actually relied on an AI system for that, one that we built not too quickly, but it worked really well for the original Elixir Emporium demo. So you could talk to an NPC, just freeform chat, learn about them, learn about their life in this world. They would tell you a problem. You could go off and craft items however much you want, craft whatever items you want, and eventually you'd get an item that you're like, oh yeah, I bet that this elixir of metalworking fortitude would really help that blacksmith who was having trouble keeping his metals from melting when he works on them, or something hyper specific like that. And then you go give him that item. We do all this AI stuff under the hood, and we determine that you have solved that quest, but we can also say there's a lot of different like post-quest actions that can trigger for how that NPC can be changed, or his inventory changes X, Y, and Z ways. Lots and lots of cool stuff to be done, because now we've kind of opened up this open-ended puzzle, not problem, where there's a lot of different ways you could solve it, and the player is rewarded for solving it in any way, but the rewards that they get are also tailored to how they solved it, which is really cool feeling. We released that on itch maybe like 6 months ago. It's been a while. And we had a lot of people play it all at once. Got a lot of really good feedback. I think we had like 6,000 people playing it over a span of a week when it was like trending on itch.io. But that's all to say, it was really fun. I really liked just crafting items and seeing what I got. But there were a lot of things missing, basically, where like we kind of ended up adding in some of these placeholder features for just like game stuff. Like, what do you do when you run out of items? We had a shop where you could buy items, or that's kind of it. You get more items when you solve quests, but what happens when you fail at solving quests and people are just like, this item doesn't really help, I'm not going to pay you or give you items for a tip or something like that. So we added in like a foraging system where every day, which is days reset when you solved a quest, you could go and get just a handful of free items. So like dirt, mud, water, air, that sort of stuff that would be laying around for free. Even that was limited though, because obviously if you're not solving any quests, you're not going to reset the days and so on. But, you know, it worked really well. We threw in a couple other ways to kind of get a small amount of items. But what we've done since then is really kick things up a notch. And we've built an entire 3D world around the game where now you can go out and harvest all those items yourself. There's a skill system, so you can, if you just want to be like a lumberjack or a miner or a fisherman, you can go out and just collect tons and tons of wood or fish or whatever you want. You can use all those for crafting. You can go run around town and talk to all those NPCs that are now real people that, I mean, they're not real people. They are real NPCs within the world. They've got their own lives. Andrew, the other co-founder, is working on some really cool stuff that kind of amps up their brains. So right now they just have like their generated personality and their quests and conversations and memories and stuff. But he's working on a lot of cool stuff in basically grounding their memories to the game world. So we've got a lot of cool places in the world that we can tell them about effectively, and they can use those facts and like refer to things in the game world. They can be a lot more consistent. with themselves and each other. One of the things that you'll see with like ChatGPT is they kind of just say what they think you want to hear, and they're not really grounded in reality a lot of the time. But there are a lot of cool like technical ways you can ground them in reality. So we're working on that for the NPCs. And then the other cool piece is we're going to give them the ability to make decisions on what they want to do. So obviously, if you think about a game day, you as a player, you're going to start the day. You have decisions like you might want to go out and collect a bunch of resources because maybe your storage is getting pretty low. You just want to stock up. You want to do some mindless grinding, like cut a bunch of wood, level up some skills, see what you get with new tools that you've crafted on existing things. Maybe you want to go out adventuring and like discover new areas, maybe find some new items that way. Maybe you want to like head around town and work on your relationships with the NPCs, like maybe try and solve some quests, do some crafting, do some blacksmithing we've got in the game. Lots of stuff around town to do. Basically, there's a lot of different things that you as a player can choose to do. And that's normal. That's normal for most games. But a step towards what we're building is a system kind of like Stardew Valley or Skyrim, where NPCs around town also have their own schedules. So, say Bob the blacksmith wakes up every day and, oh, it's a Tuesday, so he's going to head over to the market at 10 o'clock. He's going to talk to an NPC there. He might buy something, he might not, and then I'll head on home. And then you as a player, if you think about like playing Stardew Valley, you're like, oh, okay, it's Tuesday at 11 o'clock, so this NPC is here. I need to go find them because I need to talk to them to finish a quest or something. But the static schedule that's hard-coded in by the developers is not what we're doing. So instead, we have all these facts and memories and opinions and preferences and stuff on the NPCs, and we have these AI systems that power their thoughts. Every morning we can say, all right, Bob the blacksmith, here's what you know about the game world, here's your inventory, here's the things that you know are happening around town today, here's your relationships with all the other NPCs in town, here's what the player is working on as a quest for you, and so on and so forth. What do you want to do today? And we hard code in a little bit of stuff of like actions that they can take. So an example of an action is like go to this coordinate, or walk around and search for this kind of object, or go interact with this object. So they've got kind of this hard-coded list of pieces that they can build their day from. And so we can say, all right, Mr. AI engine, knowing everything that you know, what do you want to do today? And Bob the blacksmith might say, I don't have a lot of gold and I don't have a lot of items in my inventory to sell. I think I will go to this coordinate, the end of town or whatever, and then after that I will go look for objects of this type, so rocks or ores or whatever. And then after that, when I find one, I will interact with it, harvest, do the mining myself, and collect a bunch of stuff, and then head on home with a new full inventory of stuff that I can craft items with later or whatever. And this is all the NPC blacksmith's decision making. And so it's a really cool dynamic schedule from the NPC's perspective, but it also really impacts the way that the game is played, because indirectly this is a response to how the player is playing. If the player is, say, a miner, he really, really wants to go out and mine all these stone and rock and ores and minerals and stuff. And he goes out and mines all those, and then he goes to the blacksmith, who obviously is going to pay the most for that sort of stuff. And the player, is selling all these items to the blacksmith. Well, then the blacksmith is going to have a whole bunch of stuff in their inventory, and they're not going to go out and harvest resources. They're going to maybe use the resources they have, craft new items, stay around in town, buy and sell stuff. Basically, take those raw resources that the player gave them and craft new resources to sell back. So there's this like back and forth of they can do this resource collecting unless the player wants to do it. And so if the player doesn't do it, they just do it on their own. And there's no decision from the player to say like, all right, blacksmith, I need you to go do this. Chef, you go do that. Fisherman, you go do this. It's all just as a response to what the player is doing, which is kind of cool, I think. So I think I gave an example in a previous stream of like if the player really likes fishing and they go out and sell a bunch of, or they go out and collect a bunch of fish and then they sell all those fish to, we'll say, the blacksmith again. We also have the same sort of actions where the blacksmith can say, okay, I have not a lot of gold, or I have a lot of gold, or whatever. I can look at all the items on my inventory. Man, I have a lot of fish. Maybe I want to take up cooking, or like try and cook some fish and sell it to somebody else in town. And they have those memories of like who in town likes what. So maybe they'll walk over and ask that NPC like, hey, if I were to cook all this fish, would you buy it? And that generates these memories. Like, this sounds kind of like sci-fi or hand-wavy stuff, but I mean, this has all already been prototyped in like research papers and stuff that we kind of built this game around, and would be pretty easy to augment the systems we have to get a lot closer to it. But yeah, this blacksmith could look at his inventory and be like, hey, I have a bunch of fish. What do I want to do with this? And his potential things that he might do are like cook it into other stuff, craft it into other stuff, sell it, ignore it if he prefers to do something else more. There's probably more, but those are probably the most likely things. And it seems pretty likely that he's going to choose to do something with all these resources that he has. I think it's really cool that you as a player kind of get to see this decision making in real time, and you could literally walk up to the NPC and say like, hey, why are you here? And they would have the knowledge and the fact storage to say, I had a bunch of fish. I don't have a lot of gold. I'm making money, man. So, there's a lot we're working on here. I'm going to show it all off in a minute. I've spent the last week working a lot more on a lot of world building. I'm still not super happy with how the world looks. I just added a lot more like verticality to a lot of the locations the other day, so I'm still tweaking a lot of stuff there, but we've got some new resource packs and stuff that we're bringing in to try and improve the aesthetics a little bit as well. And I also started on an equipment system, was it last week? 2 weeks ago, I think, where the player can craft equipment, obviously, through crafting or blacksmithing, however they want to craft equipment. We've got equipment slots that they can equip items to. All this equipment has stats on it, but those stats don't really do anything. We've always said, like, hey, we'll figure all that out later. The thing that they do right now is if you were to give that item to an NPC, the NPC looks and sees the stats and is like, hey, this is helpful. So if a blacksmith is like, hey, I can't melt this metal, my furnace isn't strong enough, and you give him some super coal that has a stat of like burning rate is higher, or a terrible example, but obviously that stat doesn't do anything for you as a player. But if you were to give it to that NPC, that stat is included in the cache of information that the AI is looking at when they're making the decision of how helpful things are, or players, what NPCs will do. Excuse me. The hiccups are bad. But yeah, we built that system where players can start equipping items so they can start seeing the aggregate stats on themselves. And this week we're going to figure out what those stats are doing. So we're going to tackle it from the point of view of consumables, because I think they're going to be a pretty important bit to a game called Elixir Emporium, where you're crafting elixirs, which are theoretically consumables, and potions and other stuff that'll manipulate the game in some way. Or you give them to NPCs and they drink them and it manipulates their world in some way. Yeah, we're going to work on that. And I'm also going to do probably some world building. Right now we have a game where you as a player can basically go out into the world and use any tool on any item, get literally infinite different items. You can combine any two items to create literally infinite items. You can augment items with other items to create infinite items. You can bless items with this kind of hand-wavy religious system that we have in the game that I might cut. But again, that creates infinite items. Basically, we have a game where you as a player can go and create the specific item that you are thinking of, which is kind of crazy. And opens up a lot of really cool like achievements and quests and stuff for like, I want to create the Philosopher's Stone. How do I create that? Through this 10-step process of combining this with this, combining that into it, combining this into it, generating all these recipes on the fly, etc. But yeah, we have this game where you can create infinite items, and hi, is this live? Yes, this is live. Hey, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. We've got a game where you can create infinite items, and we are now going to give purpose to those items. So that's going to be fun. We've got the NPC stuff going on with Andrew's NPC brains that he's going to get in the game real soon. And I think I'm going to work on consumable items from the perspective of like through the lens of world building. So there's going to be a lot of different locations in the world that maybe you can or can't get to at the start. But if you, for example, get items that give you higher jump speed or double jumps or gliding, flying, etc., it'll unlock new areas in the world. I think that's a cool way to give items like that double layer of purpose. And so, yeah, we're going to figure out how we want our consumable item system to work. We're going to tie that into the equipment system that we built a couple weeks ago, and we will probably work a little bit on world building. Been adding a lot more like verticality and stuff, but obviously it's a very bare terrain with not a lot of stuff outside of this main town. So we're gonna keep working on it. Helsing, how's your day going? Thanks for coming in. Glad to have you. I'm gonna put on my headphones. I'm gonna probably put on a little lo-fi, I think. And we will get to coding in a second. But let me grab that lo-fi. Very well, thanks. And yours? Mine's going pretty good. I've got a bunch of coffee. I got 2 cats sleeping in here, and I have been putting off writing this code that we're going to write today for literal months. So it's a day to force myself to write it. So it'll be fun, I think. Do you do any game development yourself? Or are you just happy to watch? It looks very cool. Thank you, thank you. I'm into coding, but not game dev, though. But it seems very interesting to me. I've been a coder for, oh god, it's been like 20 years now. But I just made the jump into game development full time last year. I was definitely like into coding, but hadn't ever done game development because I knew that the industry was a little bit rough. But it's been really, really fun, I'd say. I think it's improving a little bit the last year or so. Hopefully going in a good direction. But yeah, I'm very much a coder and less so a game developer. So a lot of the stuff in this game is very very placeholdery. Like you'll see, let me just jump in and run around. But you'll see that like NPCs just kind of stand around. One of them has an animation loop that doesn't look the greatest. A lot of the like game stuff, the stuff that feels good as a game, is still a work in progress. But we've been working a lot on the like the core systems of what we want to build. Yeah, this guy just goes crazy. But yeah, I think the underlying systems that we built are really fun, and now we're just trying to get better at game development and make it into a real game. Most people can complain that the conditions are rough. Yeah, I've got a lot to say on that. Happy to get into it, but in short, I think this is one big area or industry where like AI is going to make the industry better. Because I think the conditions are so rough because the nature of game development is like so specialized, and you really are. It's also like a really coveted thing to be in, but you need to study very specific things. Like you are an animator or you are a music technician. And you work within this huge team of people because it's really, really hard for one or a few people to make a game on their own because they don't know all these other expertises. But I think AI is helping a lot with that. Like, well, yeah, I don't want to get too into it, but I think the industry is at a turning point where I think things will improve. We'll see a lot more small studios doing well, and less big studios crunching as hard on the people. I'd rather do it as a hobby. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's definitely a good goal, I'd say. Especially if you just want to make like your game and like the game that you want to play, like kind of what I've done here. This is based on, it's a weird mix of like, ooh, gotta fix that. It's a weird mix of like, some RuneScape, some Diablo almost, some like crafting games that I like, and I've kind of pieced the parts together that I really like. And I always really wanted to make a game like this, and I finally got the opportunity to. But yeah, as a hobby, I really love, like, I'm also a bit of a writer, and my hobby is writing, so I like those really big JRPGs and stuff where, like, I used to use Game Maker and RPG Maker a lot, where I'd kind of just do the bare minimum of code and then write those epic stories. So it's a very, very fun hobby. And again, I think there's a lot more really cool tools coming out that kind of makes it a lot more approachable as a hobby too. I'm happy that you're achieving your dream goal. Thank you so much. This looks super nice. It gives me these Sherwood Dungeon vibes. I've never actually heard of Sherwood Dungeon. Let me look that up real fast. Sherwood Dungeon. An MMO. Okay. Fantasy World. Is this a newer game or is this a bit older? It looks a little old. But it's got like the OG World of Warcraft graphics almost. It looks pretty actually. Epic Dragons. I like that. I like that. Well, I will take this as a compliment. Looks good. I mean, it's a real game, so that's a compliment to me. I used to play around with RPG Maker XP like 15 years ago. Yeah, it's so good. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, RPG Maker, the newest one, uses Ruby as the scripting language under it. And actually, I've done Ruby. It's a full-time job, like, for the last decade. So that was really fun to get into a couple years ago and just kind of get back to my roots on that. Okay, it's an older game. Yeah, Sherwood Dungeon looks good. Definitely inspired by a lot of the older games like, RuneScape and such. But it's been really fun to kind of juxtapose this older aesthetic with these like really advanced systems. So like if you talk to this guy, all of his personality and dialogue and everything is different every time you play. So he's going to have different quests and he's going to say different things. Here, he has been afflicted with a curse that makes his shadow act with a mind of its own, committing acts that break the very laws he's sworn to uphold. Okay. So, we got some suggested responses here. You can click on them. You can type whatever you want here. So, we're going to suggest creating a potion. Could you brew a potion to tame or completely dispel this rebellious shadow of mine? And let me double check that we are using the right AI model on this. Oops. Let me sign in off camera though. Okay, yeah. Little shout out here, I suppose. If we have any people interested in using AI in their games, we have a nice AI API that we are using in this game, and we built it so other people can use it as well to add to theirs. So go check that out there. How do you get the 3D stuff or artistic part done? I've always found that I could do the coding part when playing a bit with Unity, but always lacked the artistic part. Are those third-party assets or self-made? Yes. So that is still like some cutting-edge stuff. A lot of the 3D model generation is starting to come out now. And Unity also has a service for generating animations. But to answer your question, in here we're using a lot of third-party assets just because the AI wasn't ready for that and we don't have those skills. So we're using third-party assets most places here. There are some places like the character portraits and stuff, they are generated. Some of the textures that we've used on things are generated. I don't know an example offhand, but Unity Muse, I've heard, is really good for generating textures. So like if you want a stone texture, a wood texture, etc., that couples really well with, there's a few services out there that do 3D model generation. So you could generate a model of like a shed or a building or trees. There's still a lot of... Oh, I need to rebake the nav mesh. There's still a lot of hand-done stuff, though, in those workflows where, for example, if you were to generate a tree, what you'll see is the tree trunk is going to have a texture and the tree leaves are going to have a texture at the bare minimum. So you've got two different textures there. And when you generate a model through these AI systems, a lot of them aren't going to separate those bits. So you as the developer would need to say like, okay, this up here needs the leaf texture. these parts need the trunk texture, and then you would probably be able to generate those textures of like generate me a tree trunk texture and so on. But you would also need to apply them to the correct piece. So there's still a lot of like workflow stuff that isn't available yet, I guess, for 3D AI generation. In 2D, though, a lot of that is done. You can generate 2D sprites super easy. You can generate 2D sprite sheets, animations, UI backgrounds, UI pieces, buttons. A lot of stuff in 2D is ready to go. Let me bake my nav mesh before I forget. Running through the floor. But yeah, we've been just using 3D assets from the asset store because we want to focus more on the systems side and just getting something that looks nice enough, and then we're gonna replace all the aesthetics when either things are a little bit more ready or when the game is a little bit more ready to release, and hopefully it looks nice then. With Stable Diffusion, yes. Have you used Stable Diffusion before? If you haven't, there's a whole lot of stuff that you can do. Two tools that I would recommend is one, Automatic 1111's Stable Diffusion Web UI. I don't have it running locally right now, but basically it lets you do the basic stuff. Oh, for 2D. Yeah. Stable Diffusion for 2D for sure. It does 2D image generation. I think it might also have some plugins for 3D stuff, but I use it for 2D. And it lets you do all the basic like prompt and negative prompt and dimensions and stuff, but it also has a ton of okay, you know. It's got a ton of extra features for like image to image, adding in LoRa's, in painting, out painting, etc. Definitely use that. If you end up using that and progress to the point where you've got a game that you want to like put on Steam or something, that's actually why we built our Stable Diffusion API. I was just running Stable Diffusion on my computer, and then the game itself was checking to see if the player had a Stable Diffusion server running on their computer. And if it did, it used it, and if it didn't, all the images were just text. But we've since moved to an API to get rid of that restriction on players needing to run their own server, but also so we can like cycle API keys and stuff when we deploy to Steam and need to change them for whatever reason. But if you look, I think I was actually working on our Stable Diffusion server this morning, so I hope it works. But if we were to take, say, maybe a bee and some amber, there's no crafting recipe for a bee plus amber in this game. So when we combine those, we're using AI under the hood to generate the resulting item, all the stats for that item, and also the image for that item, which we're using Stable Diffusion for. So here we've got an amber bee pendant, which doesn't have any stats, but that's all right. We could probably take that and add maybe some coal. Maybe we'll get some stats that way. But yeah, all these items are using Stable Diffusion under the hood for generating their items. So now we got an eternal work lamp. I feel like I was working on the recipe generation last week, and it's feeling a little bit wonky here. So I want to double check that we didn't like force all items to be accessories or something, because it seems like we're getting a lot of them. But yeah, that's definitely use Stable Diffusion. I'm still a little bit new to it, but if you have any questions about it, I might be able to help. Last week I had somebody in here and I was basically walking them through how to set up, I think it was Stable Diffusion actually, so happy to help. There's a lot of really cool stuff, and I'm really just excited to play the games that use this new tech, so because it's going to be like new kinds of games that you haven't played before, and I've played so many, probably dozens of thousands of hours of games. Like, I'm itching for the new stuff. Let's see. What was I gonna do? Catch my thoughts, fix some stuff that I noticed while flying around. Think we baked the nav mesh, so we shouldn't be walking through the floor again. What was I? I feel like I was just saying I was gonna do something. Super cool. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a cool game. I mean, it's missing a lot right now. But I think it's got a lot of potential. And just got to realize that, I guess. Build that potential. What the heck was I just going to do? Well, I'm sure I'll think of it later. Oh, right. I was going to look at the item prompt. So I want to make sure that we're not like forcing items to be accessories, because I feel like we're always getting accessories. Thanks a lot. I'm very interested in generative AI. I got an AFK now, but I'll drop by if I find you online for sure, and your game looks fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much for popping in. I think I saw you follow earlier. Thank you so much for that as well. I'm one follower away from the 50 that I need for setting up fancy emojis and stuff, so that helps a lot. Thank you so much. And it's nice chatting with you. Come on back anytime. Feel free to AFK for however long. Excuse me, more hiccups. Alright, so we have items can be accessories here. We've got our whitelisted item types to be material, consumable, weapon, tool, armor, and accessory. And I feel like the AI is treating accessory a lot more liberally than we'd like. Haha, yes, I followed. Awesome, thank you so much. And so I think what we're going to do is we're already planning on, if the item generates as armor, we're going to pipe it through to more chained prompts to differentiate into, is it helmet, torso, legs, feet, etc. I think we'll do the same, just add accessory to that chain so we don't get a top level accessory type. And maybe we could even change like armor to worn or something, or let's say equipment. That'll be good. So that should help a little bit with the every item becoming an accessory. And we want to go take out accessory from our whitelisted stuff in the code as well. If we have it anywhere. I feel like I literally just added it last night. So we should have it somewhere. Armor. Where do we add this? Here, yeah, accessory. Oh, it wasn't a string. Okay. So we've got our top level item types for equipment. Actually, let's take off armor. For equipment, we will branch off and chain down to determine what kind of equipment. We're still considering merging tool and weapon, but I think that's fine for now. There's no combat in the game right now, which is where weapons will really need differentiated. But we do have our tool belt, which is what utilizes the tools. So I think this is fine for now. You can also put weapons on your tool belt, so it's kind of the same. Like, these should probably be the same sort of system where an item rolls as equipment and then you decide what kind of equipment it is. We should probably have like an item rolled as held item or something, and you decide if it's a tool or weapon or something else. But that's fine for now, I'd say. Let's just craft a couple things and make sure it's all good, and then I will stop stalling building the consumable stuff, because it's going to be hard. Alright, we did bee and amber earlier. So, nice little fun fact is the recipes are generated every time you play, so even if you created that bee amulet last time, you're not going to get the same item the next time you play. So now we've got an amber honeycomb. Maybe we mix that with some coral. That was a material. Let's see what we get. Okay, we got eternal reef. That's pretty cool, actually. Let's combine that with a fishing rod, which is a tool plus a material. Let's see what we get. An abyssal harvester. Also looks sick, but looks weird too. A fishing rod imbued with the life-sustaining magic of the eternal reef, capable of summoning the bounty of the abyss. Alright. Well, that's pretty sick. There's a guy in town that I think would like that. We're also going to let's try a blood mushroom and an apple. I really just love combining items, so I'm going to combine a few things, see what we get. Blood mushroom and an apple. An elixir of fortitude. Okay. I want to get an item with stats, though. That's really what I'm hunting for. So let's try a hoe and our elixir of fortitude. Maybe we can add some stats to the hoe. This has a stat, so maybe we can combine fortified hoe. Yeah, I was working on the image generation this morning. I think we're using the wrong model here, so apologies for all these weird items. Alright, fire resistance potion. Does something else have an attribute that we can use? No. Oh, this. Cold resistance. Alright, this better give us something. Or else we'll need to start there. Alright, no attributes on combine items. That is fine and to be expected, I think, because we just swapped out our attribute system. So let's start there, I suppose. Alright, before I do anything, let's bake nav mesh, limit top level item types, and fix terrain oddities. Alright, just clean sleep before I start changing stuff on stream. It's so hard to talk and think at the same time, so on a couple occasions I've just absolutely borked everything we're working on, and I'm like, I need to fix this off stream. So I need to go like look at the diff, see what I changed, and be like, oh, I'm dumb. I shouldn't have done that, or I shouldn't have done this. So it's so much nicer to do that when you start with that clean slate. Let's see here. So let's look at our item combining prompt, which is here. We give it this attributes array, or dictionary, I suppose. That's the old style of attribute where we literally just had string for name and then a value to change. We've actually done away with that entirely in favor of this new semantic system, effectively, where you'll get the display line on the item that you can customize here. You get a short effect name that would probably be for like hovering over a buff or a debuff. We have a hard-coded list of stats that can be modified, which I haven't really added much to, will add more to. Obviously we have the value to be modified and whether it's a percentage or not. And then importantly, since these are effects, they can either be permanent with a 0 duration, or they can have a time that ticks down until they're undone. And there are some effects like poison or something where you might want to trigger repeatedly, which I guess we probably need like an interval value or something for how often they trigger, or like potions that heal you immediately. We've got some conditions here that we will tweak throughout the process of figuring out how these consumables will work, but the missing pieces that we have are we need item generation to be able to also generate these effect properties now, instead of just a string and a number as they were. And we also need effectively an interface for controlling those properties on the player, and ideally also on NPCs. So if you had a potion that made you hover 5 units in the air and you drink it, that should modify like your player's Y offset or something. And that's pretty easy to do. We can build that interface where like we just expose Y offset as something that gets inserted into the player's position calculation. We can modify that Y offset from these effects applying. But we also ideally want them to be able to apply to NPCs as well. So if we were to, maybe there was an NPC who was like, hey, my feet really hurt. I've been standing around all day. I just really want a break from standing. There's a lot of different ways you could solve that quest, like bring him a chair or bring him nice shoes or something. If you were to give them this flying potion and they said, wow, thanks, that solves my quest, we would want to consume that potion and also apply its effects to the NPC so the player can see that actually happened. So in that case, like if this guard is like, hey, I've been standing so long, you give him that potion, the player sees him lift up and is just like floating here for 10 minutes or however long the potion lasts. And then they see him slowly come back down and things return to normal. So basically thinking through that, we need to have, like, it'd be really, really easy to design this system to only apply to the player. I don't know yet how we want to also target other objects in the world. Like, for example, do we want to allow the player to take that potion that applies flying by adjusting the Y offset? If they pour it on a rock, say like there was a giant rock here blocking this path, if the player applied that potion to the rock, let's reset this rotation so I can do this a little nicer. If the player applied that potion to the rock by like pouring on it or something, obviously the rock could float up through the same exact interface, float there for 10 minutes and then come back down. That would be a really cool way for the player to unlock new areas in the world with like interesting ways to unlock it, in the same way that they can solve these quests for NPCs in a bunch of different ways by crafting different items. It would be cool to craft different items that you could also like pour on objects in the world or hit objects in the world with, or whatever, however we want to do it. And I think that sort of interface is going to be the same logic and infrastructure, architecture, however, as if we wanted to allow NPCs to consume it as well. So you give the potion to this guy, he floats up in the same way. It's probably just going to be like item dot apply to object, whatever. I don't want to hand wave the code that hard. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I think that is what we want to aim for, is not just make the consumables and item effects work on the player, make it work for the object that we are targeting, which is going to make it a little bit harder because we basically need a service. Let's go ahead and just start writing some code so we can chisel out what we're looking for. And that service is effectively an interface that items can use to apply an effect to an object. So we will call it the item effect applier service for now. And I actually, another fun little shout out, if you're watching and you're working on game development or want to get into game development, like gaming, like talking to gamers, whatever you want, we have a Discord, obviously. Everybody has a Discord. Our Discord's for gamers and game developers, but if you're new to Unity or been working in Unity for a while, we have Unity sages. We've got an Unreal sage, a Godot sage, and these are just basically AI models that are not quite trained on the documentation for these different engines, but they're prompted to treat you as like a coworker working on this area. They've got some access through like RAG to look up documentation stuff. I was just talking to one to try and figure out a good way to set up a field reference system. So I kind of wanted to see how that looked in the inspector because I wasn't sure if that'd be exactly what we wanted. And I'm thinking it might be so less now that we need it to apply to more than just the player, because I mean, I guess there will be stats that only apply to the player. A good example is like if we want to drink a potion that affects the player's field of view. So the effect of that potion is modifying this value here that is in this script or this component on this object. And it affects it by adjusting it by like plus or minus 10. So you can like, or maybe larger values. Maybe you're really tunnel visioned, or maybe there's a potion that makes you run really, really fast, and one of the effects on that other than your move speed is to increase your field of view like to 130 or something, so you can get that sort of like, oh my god, I'm going so fast. But that effect wouldn't do anything to, say, this guy who doesn't have a camera. So if we were to look at like a speed potion, and you know what, let's go ahead and just make one real fast. Speedster potion, or let's just say speed potion. We can start creating like the effect. We'll add this to our player starting inventory so we can test it. And maybe we can use this as an example of something that could affect both players and NPCs. Doesn't really affect like objects in the world. Like pouring a speed potion on a rock isn't going to do anything. So I guess in most cases we'll probably have to just like apply these values even if they don't actually do anything. Like let the player pour their speed potion on a rock if they really want. Because I guess it would like potentially end up working anyway. If you had another potion that is just like a Walking Dead potion where whatever you pour it on applies an X movement speed to an object. So you pour it on this guy, it gets a movement speed component that makes it slowly walk this way. And you could then also apply a speed potion to it to make it go faster. Obviously, it's going to go along the ground and stuff. But I guess yeah, we'll just leave it up to the player to use the right items on the right thing. And I think it'll be obvious if something shouldn't work because it doesn't work. But there might be fun little surprises where something works unexpectedly, which I think is cool. So let's go back to our speed potion. And I don't actually know if my lo-fi is coming through. Let me check that on stream. I don't think it is. Let me fix that real fast. Oh yeah, it's absolutely not. Now is it too loud? Alrighty, should be good now. If you're watching and it's too loud or too quiet, just let me know. Alright, let's get our speed potion, consumable. Let's just give it a generic potion for now. Maybe the one with wings, sure. Makes you run really fast. So if we give it an effect for speed burst, we'll say plus 50 movement speed for 60 seconds. So we want to adjust movement speed by 50 once for a certain amount of time. 60 seconds. So I haven't also thought through how to use consumables, like from a UX perspective. Because we have our tool belt. It's probably just going to be a left click, but let's see how that feels. Because that might not work since we're also using left click to move. But if we have an axe, a fishing rod, and a hoe as our tools, we can use those tools on objects by left clicking on them. And we can switch to another object or another tool, use that tool on the object, get a different item. But if we had our cold resistance potion, so obviously we don't want to use it with a left click because left click is how we're moving. But we also probably don't want to use it on right click because we have context menus for right click to like switch to different objects really fast. We don't want to use space because that's jump. And also our little mini game on harvesting faster. So how should a player use a consumable is a good question. It could just be like left clicking on it in the inventory, or right clicking on it here maybe. Probably shouldn't be left. Well, I mean, we left click and drag to move it. Left clicking to click should be fine. We could also have like a dedicated consumable slot. Where like if you press Q or something, it uses the item that you have here. Or we could have like a dedicated consumable belt, where maybe QWER could use 4 different consumable slots over here or something, because 1, 2, 3, 4 switches around your tool belt. I mean, the belt might be cool because I'm envisioning consumables being really important and really interesting, and you probably wouldn't want just one. You probably want to like combine a few with interesting properties. So we could do another belt. I would definitely clutter the UI a bit, but we could like move all the tools to the left side, the consumables to the right, put the buttons somewhere, etc. That's an idea. Let me see if Andrew's online. Maybe he's got an idea. Alright, so, I mean, that's definitely the first thing to figure out, I'd say. Is how do we want our player to even activate consumables to begin with? Because it could also be like, you could select the item on your tool belt, and if it is a consumable, then you could like press Q or something to drink it. And if it's a consumable, you would left click on an object to use it on that object. So like pouring that flying potion on a rock or something. It's a good way to differentiate the two uses of it, I'd say. You probably wouldn't want to be harvesting. We're just allowing any item on the tool belt right now, so that's why it triggered a harvest from the consumable. But that might be a good way to do it, is if the item is selected, you press Q, you drink it on yourself. Otherwise, you can click it on to use it on something else. And we're definitely going to need like different borders for what's a tool, what's a weapon, what's a consumable, what's a material. But I think that'll also help differentiate what happens with each of these. So for now, let's just plan on Q being use whatever item is selected on yourself. We've got a to-do item for letting you use items on other things that aren't just harvesting on them, so that should apply to consumables as well. Let's see what we got. Let me clean this up a little bit. Was doing some asset fun before stream. Let's see here. All right, so we're off to our tool belt. Okay, so this just manages what item is selected. Interesting. But in our player controller, maybe? But that's where we handle input, yeah. So left click for movement, except for when our mouse is over UI elements. We still have a bug where this isn't getting reset properly, so maybe we can fix that later too. But we want to check for the Q key too. So we will say, let's rename this to handle movement input. Maybe we can do a handle consumable input. And we can, I never know whether to put like, obviously we're going to branch on if the player has pressed Q. Should we say if the player has pressed Q up here, then call it? Or should we call it and let that logic live inside here? I think the latter is the correct one, but we'll say if input.get key down keycode.q. Then we want to get the active item on the tool belt. We'll make sure it's a consumable. We need a reference to our tool belt, I think. Don't think we have. We've got a UI references to tool belt question mark. We'll probably add it there. But let's look at actually here. So when we, okay, this is how we're doing it. When we interact with a world object, we're getting our tool belt item this way. So that's what we're going to do as well. So now we want to early doing nothing unless the active item is a consumable. Cool, 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 cool. That is actually item types. So now we know that it's a consumable. So the things that we need to do are apply the effects to the player. Decrease the stack size by 1, and is that all for using a consumable? Probably redraw the tool belt to ensure that the stack size redraws. We don't need to check for 0 or anything because adjusting the stack size all does that. So it might just be applying the effects to the player. We'll also address in here. This is where we'll check to see if it's a consumable that we're applying to an object in the world versus harvesting from that object. We'll come back to that. That's on our generic interactable world object, which is on like trees and rocks and stuff. So it'll look at your active item that you have, or your active tool. If it's a tool, you'll harvest. If it's a consumable, you'll use that consumable, pour it on the object. Let's see if that makes sense. So we put some tools on our tool belt. We put a potion on our tool belt that is a consumable. So what we would do is, with a tool selected, we're harvesting. And if we had a consumable, right now we'll harvest, but I think instead we'll pour that consumable on it and use the consumable, but apply the effects to the target instead of the player. So I think that makes sense. So we'll add a little to do branch if the active tool belt item is a consumable, use it on object, don't harvest. Alright, we'll come back here. But here, now, we're getting into the fun meat, and that is, how do we apply these effects to the player when the effects themselves modify a lot of random stuff around the entire game? And I think that is where we will need this service that we started mocking out, item effect applier service. And I think what's going to happen, or maybe what we should do, is in here we'll have a list of the attribute types that can be modified. So that'll be, for example, the stats to modified here, and we'll have each of those point to a, or maybe have the logic to fetch a reference to what we're modifying. So these are not the best examples because these are all just temporary and really only apply to the player right now. But maybe let's go ahead and let's make a flying potion, because a Y offset is going to apply to all objects. If we use the flying potion on the player, they should fly in the air by just applying a Y offset to them. If we use it on a tree, it should fly into the air and then come back down. If we use it on an NPC, they'll fly into the air. I think that applies to everything. So that might be a good one to start with that kind of doesn't have a lot of edge cases. So let's go ahead and let's go find our stat enum. I think it's an item template. Consumable effect, I guess. And normally I wouldn't like reorder an enum that's already existing because well, it's a pain because they're actually stored internally with indexes. So if you have a bunch of items that point to modifying current health, it's actually stored as 0, 1, 2 internally. And so if you were to create something here like Y offset and modify that enum that way, all those items that were pointing at current health now point to Y offset, which is a super pain to go and address them all. So this is going to get out of hand pretty quickly, but we're just going to keep adding to the end, and we will reorder it once this all works. We are in cleanup mode. So let's say Y offset, which is a very generic thing. And you know, might cause issues with like gravity. What happens if we take our player and just dump him up in the air at the beginning? So if he's going to start up here, he's probably going to fall to the ground, right? So we need to figure out how we want to stop gravity, I guess, for this stat specifically. Yeah, he just goes to the ground. And things like jumping are a little weird. Is this the best stat to start with? I don't know. Let's see. What do we want to do here? So if we take our player, what are those lines? Oh, that's the camera line. No, it's not the camera lines. Also, oh. Well, I goofed there. I didn't realize that this wouldn't follow the player along, but I guess that makes sense because it's not a child of the player. But oh well. If we lift our guy up, which would be this guy, he's just going to snap back to the ground, right? Because he's attached to a nav mesh. Yeah. Okay, well, I think there's some weirdities with the nav mesh there that we don't want to address. So maybe Y offset is not the best start. So we're actually going to say scale modifier, because that should be fine to adjust. And we're going to say scale multiplier, because we're just going to multiply all three values by the same value. But that means we take our player, let's actually drop him back down to the ground. So he drinks his potion, he gets his scale multiplied by 3. Now he's huge. Okay, that'd be fine. And if we were to pour it on a bush, multiply the scale by 3, it's a huge bush now. I think that's fine. Same, pour it on an NPC, it's going to be the same, but I want to see how big he is. Alright, so rather than our speed potion, let's actually create a growth potion. And we're going to multiply the size by like probably something small, like 1.4 or something, just because you can keep using the same potion on things over and over again to obviously multiplicatively apply it. But for testing, we're just going to make it huge from the get-go. So we're going to say growth potion. Make it a consumable. Give it a generic potion for now. Makes things bigger. And we'll add an effect that modifies scale by 3. Get big. Get real big for 60 seconds. Let's say 10 seconds, so we can also make sure that the inverse, like the unapply, works at the end. So that's our item that we're going to make work. And we're going to adjust some of these conditions to make them make a little more sense too. So we've got immediate on use, which applies the effect once, never undoes it. Once over time, we want to say instead, call that like once immediate and unapply later. immediate and permanent maybe. So repeatedly over time while equipped. We also want to have like an interval for when you have the repeatedly over time one. But I don't want to code that in yet because we'll come back to it. I don't want to make things too complicated immediately. So we'll come back to that. Tutor needs interval property. And then obviously while equipped is just while an item is equipped. So we'll have triggers for basically the apply and unapply that we'll use here, but we're going to use it when you equip it or unequip an item. So we're going to call this application type, which surely not a reserved name, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was in Unity. Okay, so this should be fine. Media and unapply later. I noticed that renaming that just reset all of our values, so it don't matter. Turn this down a little again. So let's spell things correctly maybe. Let's go here. Not there. Here, we're going to add growth potion to the inventory. We'll add maybe 10 of them just to start, just so we can test it. Just random other stuff that we've added over the days. Oh no, we done crashed. Classic Unity. All right, let's try this again. We got our item added to our inventory. We have our item rigged up with an effect that we will need to code in now. So we have our effect. We have the beginning of consuming that item. So here, say debug.log, applying that to the player. And obviously we will do that later. Cool. So how we want to apply it is within our application service, or what did we call it? Oh boy, building this project gets longer and longer. And it's because I've got a lot of stuff in it, I guess. Alrighty, services, item effect applier service. Right, it was already open. Don't mind me. So we basically want to say in here, give me an item effect and a target. And then we'll have the logic in here to go from the target to the relevant component and then the relevant value on it. So there'll be some janky code here, but let's get it going. So let's actually make this a singleton. So now we can say for each consumable effect in active toolbar.m.effects. We'll do that. Again, why not? So in here, we will have public void apply consumable effect to a game object. We'll see about that. Okay, so we will be able to call item effect applier service.instance.apply consumable effect for this effect on our game object, which is our player here. Okay. Still not quite piped correctly, but let's start down here and see how we need to change things. Because it's going to be easy when the property of the effect is on the game object itself, like the transform and the scale. So that's going to be an easy one to do first. It's going to be hard when we need to look at another object. For example, if we had a potion that increased the player's FOV, we pass in the player game object here. In here, we need to look at consumable effects stat being changed. If it's FOV, then we would need to go from this target to the camera being used to point at that target or something like that. We'll come back to that, I think, but that's the big question mark for here. But for now, let's just say switch on effect.stat being changed. Case, so not health, but we want scale multiplier. This should just work. Hello, kick in your face. How's it going? It's going good. I haven't been kicked in the face today, so it's going especially good. We're just working on a little bit of our much larger game, trying to figure out a pretty large system, so I'm working through it slowly. How's it going with you? How's your day going? So when we apply a consumable effect that has a scale multiplier to a target, all we're going to do is take that target's local scale and multiply by the modifier value. We still need to check if it's a percentile value or a flat value, but we'll do that later. This is Irregular Human. This is my chill account. Oh, okay. Welcome in. I think that's a great name for a chill account, and also thank you so much for the follow. I got the 50, I suppose. I can finally set up some fun emotes. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I was really hoping I would get it today, actually. I've been like 1 or 2 away for a few weeks, or like 3 or 4 away. I got a little closer with your other follow. Thank you so much. We are, I think, working on a different game than what you saw last week. Last week, I think it was a typing game. We're back to our main game this week, so it should be a fun time. It's a lot more complex to work on, though. Going great today, just a little tired. Have you had your coffee yet? And if yes, have you had your second and third cup of coffee yet? I'm also very tired, but got the coffee here as well. And just trying to think through some code. We'll see how well it'll work. 11:39 p.m. Maybe not the best time for coffee, but not the worst time for coffee. I guess alternatively, you could try that whole sleeping thing. I've heard it's cool, but wouldn't know. No coffee for me at this time, so that's fair. I think life is hard out there, especially when you're tired. But thanks for popping in anyway and saying hi. Sleeping is overrated. Yeah, I've got an Aura ring, which my wife and I both got last year. Mostly for like tracking stress and sleep, but it's so crazy to see my sleep graph over time that shows like when I got into bed, when I actually fell asleep, how many times in the night I woke up, and then like how many hours of sleep I get at night. It's almost depressing to see, but it is enjoyable to see the data. But every night I'm like, I could sleep, or I could play games, I could write code, I could do something productive because I've been playing games or writing code all day. It's just not enough hours in the day, What kind of ring is that? Never heard of it. It's let me pull up the site. It's an Aura ring, which has like a heart rate tracker and some like UV stuff for show me screenshots. It's got a lot of cool graphs in the app that shows like start to end on your sleep, what stage of sleep you're in. Gives you some scores to like gamify it all, which I kind of like, but I'm also so bad at. So like I don't exercise a lot. So every day it's like, you should try exercising today, and gives me like a 50 out of 100 score. But it's a pretty nice little ring. It's just pretty expensive. We got it as like a treat to ourselves for a milestone. But it's a nice little ring, little smart ring that just tracks a bunch of health stuff, and specifically like heart rate and stress are big ones. So we're both just trying to reduce those over time. Yeah, it's a cool little ring. Would recommend if you've got the urge for it, but I mean the big downside is it's expensive. It's like $400 or something, so might be a treat. I'm wondering if this potion we just added is going to just work. I have completely thrown myself off the rails where I was at, which I love. And we're just going to walk in and put this growth potion, which we should have in our inventory, surely. No? Okay. Well, we can check why. Oh, you know what? I think it's because we never actually added it to our item database. So when we tried to add it by name to the inventory, it wasn't a valid item. So let's bring that guy in. Let's try again. Seems very interesting. How does it do in comparison to a smartwatch? I could not tell you, actually. I had a smartwatch for maybe a couple months, a long time ago, like maybe 5 to 10 years ago. I really just don't like watches on my wrists. Just something about it like irritates my arm hair and stuff. So I think it's very comparable. It's just a different form factor. And obviously it doesn't have a screen, so a little bit less functional there, but it's a lot nicer, I'd say, like in my opinion, to have just the small little ring versus big watch. But if you like watches, it's probably very comparable. Probably a similar price too. Alright, we got our item in our inventory. Growth potion. Get real big for 10 seconds. If we use it... Oh my god, we're huge! Let's... Oh right, we didn't add the unapplying it though. But... it should also stack, so if we use it again, we're even huger. Alright, so we also need to modify like... move speed and some other stuff, but it's nice to know our consumable system works. Still got to add the unapply of effect and some other stuff, but that's cool. Next up we can apply it to objects as well, which should be pretty easy, so we'll do that next, I think. Let's see here. I do like watches, but somehow I can't wear one while sleeping. Yeah, it's just not comfy. Yeah, I think that's my wife's main problem with it. Like, she doesn't mind them, but sleeping doesn't feel good, I think. But yeah, I mostly use it for sleep tracking. It's really nice. I do wish the battery were a little bit longer. It's like 3 or 4 days, but it's also... I always forget to charge it. I'm just bad with batteries. I usually have a charger on my desk, and I, like, anytime I shower, I throw it on the charger for like 10-15 minutes, and it is fine. But I think I packed my charger for a trip and forgot to put it back on my desk, so I'm struggling with the battery life. But, you know, it's good battery life. I'm sure watches are similar. Yeah, I'm a big boy. All right, so let's also apply this to objects that we use our consumable on. So we were working in our player controller for applying objects. Now we're going to take a look at our generic interactable world object script. So when you interact with an object, we get our tool belt item. If it's a tool, we're going to keep harvesting. But if it's a consumable, we want to use that consumable on the target. 3 to 4 days seems decent for such a small form factor. You know, that's true. I've been looking at smart glasses on and off for like the last couple years, because, I mean, if I'm going to wear glasses anyway, it would be nice to have speaker or screen or mics or something. I don't know. And all of them seem like they're like 6 hours battery life, and I'm like, how can you even think that this will work? Like, nobody's gonna take their glasses off midday to recharge them. I mean, I guess like you just don't get the functionality and stuff, and you're just wearing big bulky glasses for the rest of the day, which technically still work because your lenses don't need battery. But like, the glasses are already so bulky in most of the cases. You might as well make them a little bit bulkier so at least it gets through the whole day. I have seen some recently that say like 1.5 days, and that'll probably work, but the glasses still look like garbage and don't really do much. So maybe someday that'll work out, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of like managing battery life of stuff. Like I've got a Sony phone instead of my beloved Pixels because they killed off the headphone charger. My nice Sony phone also has like DSLR camera stuff in it, but importantly has a headphone port, and it's just like, I don't mind Bluetooth. I just don't want to manage one more battery, especially like while traveling and stuff. Like, it's just so much. I got my laptop, my phone, my ring, my tablet. Don't want to also have headphones and glasses and yada yada yada. Rant. Probably just a couple more years for decent glasses, I hope. Yeah, I hope so too. I go back and forth. Like, you know, LASIK is also getting cheaper, and like pretty darn cheap compared to when I thought about it as like a kid, when it was like $10,000 or something. Like, I don't know if I want LASIK, but if I do get LASIK, I'm absolutely not going to then opt to wear smart glasses. So, like, I guess maybe I'll get smart glasses, maybe I'll get LASIK, who knows? I mean, obviously one's still way more expensive than the other, so a lot more far off, but, you know, I just wish they were good now, so then I can enjoy them now and then hopefully get LASIK later when I have more money to spend on it. Sony smartphones are actually so good. I don't understand why people don't use them. Yeah, I was actually really surprised. Like, this one works so well. I've got the Sony Xperia 5 III, which is stupid name, but it's got like 3 different cameras in it, which I guess is pretty par for the course now, but it's like proper cameras that actually use magnets to like slide them into place when you change between them, which you can hear and sounds so cool. The camera app lets me adjust like the focal length and the aperture and the third thing the DSLR cameras control. I bought it originally because I was interested in learning how to control DSLR cameras, and I was like, you know, that's a lot cheaper than buying a real one, and I need a phone and it has a headphone jack. So I've learned a lot that way, but I don't really use the really advanced features that often. The phone itself is solid though, except the fingerprint scanner stops working when it gets too hot. But other than that, 10 out of 10 would recommend. Just wish like Pixel Fold would be good and have a headphone jack and have maybe 3 or 4 days battery. Who knows? We'll see. That would be nice. All right, let's cut up this interact function, because all this stuff is actually an interact harvest, a sub action of interacting. So let's rip that out and say private void interact as harvest. Do we need to pass anything through? Probably not. And then we'll also have a private void interact as consumable. And so here what we can say is if active toolbelt item dot item type is equal to item template dot top level, or item dot top level item types dot consumable, then we're going to interact as consumable. Otherwise we can do all the stuff we were doing. Interact as harvest. By the way, when you put something down on your table, the shaking of that goes through your mic and it gets really loud. I think I was putting my phone on my table. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, I think it is what I heard. I probably did. And also like my coffee probably. It's a little interesting because I'm using a armed mic, which shouldn't be shook too much from the table, but you know, I guess it is. I will very gently put my coffee down now. Thank you. Hello from Spain. Is that Sarat? Am I saying that right? Hello, welcome in. Thank you for coming on in. How's it going? How's your day going? Let's take all this harvest code that we have that works extremely well and has 0 bugs and has never had bugs. Drop it in this function. You know, I guess we could pass through the item that we're using. Yes, perfectly, very well, thanks, and yours? My day is going great. I just hit my 50 followers goal, so I'm really excited to set up some funky emojis for the channel soon. And do some other stuff with that, but you know, I'm just forcing myself to write some code that I've been putting off for forever. Oh, thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you so much. and kick you in my face. You should catch these. Thank you for popping in. I know it's late for you. I'll try and catch your stream next time, so I'll keep an eye on that. Have a good night. Sarat, what brings you in? Do you do any game development? Do you just play games? You like watching people make games? We're working on a big ol' crafting RPG that does a lot of really cool like tech stuff under the hood, and we're building in some of that functionality today. See you kick me in my face. It's always nice to have you. And we are just working through these big systems that are pretty complex. So I'm working through them slowly, but hopefully we get there. Let's pass through the tool that we're using on each of these, whether we interact with a consumable or tool. And maybe we'll rename these in a second, but let's say tool. Let's call this active tool, and let's rename this. Why can't I rename it? Oh, right, because I'm not passing stuff through yet. So let's call this interact with consumable. And then for now, let's just call this interact with tool. I'm a coder, but just barely familiar with game dev. I like watching people code while I work. It's like co-working in some way. You know, I do the exact same thing. The software and game development tag on Twitch is probably my most frequented. You know, it's a vibe. I'm very much a coder. Historically, I only switched into game dev last year when my friend and I started this game studio, and it's been super fun. But yeah, I'm absolutely, my roots are coding and coding accessories. I've been a web developer for like the last 15 years or so. Lots of like open source stuff. It's my passion, so I definitely vibe with that. Welcome on in. And I do love the co-working vibe. There's a few channels or a few people that I follow on Twitch that they just put on lo-fi and they just share their screen and code, and they don't even say anything, but it's a nice little co-working experience. It's a lot of experience. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I just shaved my face, so I look a little bit younger, but I'm a little bit older than 30, and I've been coding for a very, very long time, but like immediately outside of college, I also started working in code, so not too long. But what do you code? What do you enjoy coding? Do you work as a coder as well? You more of a web guy, desktop guy, mobile guy, or girl? All right. When we interact with an object, we are branching on our tools type, or our items type that we're using as a tool. If it is a consumable, we can literally just do what we did when the player consumes the item, but instead of passing the player as the target, we can pass the object as the target. So we will say apply items effects and decrement the item's stack size because we are using it. So we'll say for each consumable effect in tool.effects. And maybe we'll want to, no, we don't want to make things too complex too fast, but there might be times where we want effects for like the target and also the effects for the person using the object, but We'll come back to that. For each effect on our consumable item, we will say item effect, applier service, apply consumable effect, that effect to the object we're interacting with. Okay. So now we have errors. Oh, tool. But, right? Or is it active tool? Active tool. So now if we go in, we as a player can drink our growth potion to get big, but we should also be able to use it on objects to make those objects big. We'll see. Hopefully it works. And I think this could be a cool way to like unlock new areas in the map. A lot of the, let's see if it works at the first try. I have hope. We right now have a game where you can basically craft infinite items as a player. We're using AI to generate a bunch of items and recipes and stuff. So if you mix like you combine amber and an apple, there's no recipe for that in the game. So we generate the item name, the item stats, the item image, which I'm working on the image a little bit. I was working on it this morning and it's so much worse right now. But there's not a lot of uses for the items. So I'm trying to think of ways to use items through the lens of like world building. It's like that alchemic AI game. Yeah, exactly. We actually had a demo very, very similar to that originally. And people were like, I need ways to get more items. So we built an entire 3D world to like go out and harvest your own items and collect a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I'm trying to think of more ways to use some of those items you're crafting other than giving them to NPCs to like solve their quests. And I think in building a world, there's probably a lot of opportunities for like, if there were paths blocked off by maybe a giant rock, you could pour a like potion that makes that rock smaller so you can get around it, or pour a potion that makes the rock fly in the air so you can go under it or something like that. So just trying to give more use to these items that you're crafting because there's so many right now. But if we have a pickaxe, a fishing rod, and a hoe as our tools, and then we have our growth potions. So you can also use any tool on any object. So if we use a hoe on our small bush, it's going to generate the recipe of like, oh, okay, what happens when you use a hoe on a small bush? You probably get bush clippings, okay. And if you use a fishing rod on a small bush, also doesn't have a recipe, so it's going to generate that. All the tools and harvesting and stuff works. I'm just stalling because adding tension before I apply this growth potion to this bush works on the first try. No animations or anything, but you can now use consumables on objects, which is kind of cool. And you can also use them on yourself. The same effect gets applied to both. Obviously, we still need to address some things, but you know, I think it's a very good start to having some consumables. If I head on over to like that tree in the distance, I would love to use the growth potion on that, see what it looks like. But boy howdy, do I move slow when I'm this big. Maybe I should actually change the animation speed instead of the move speed when you're big, so you move slower. First try, GG. Heck yeah, it's always so nice when it works on the first try and you don't have to go fixing stuff. Is there any fun objects? I guess I could apply it to like NPCs in town too. I should test that. I'm so big though. Let's get even bigger, I guess. Yeah, we're not consuming them either, but I'm not too worried about that. That's the easy part. All right, let's use this item. Oh, I bet it's not going to work on the NPC because we have a different branch. Yeah, so we're just talking to him. Is that fine? As a player, should you be able to walk up to an NPC and pour a potion on them? Or should you need to say, hey, I have this potion that would really help you. You should use it. And take that potion and convince them to use it so then they get the effects. Oh, we have a bug. Convincing them seems better. Yeah, I think that might be fun. I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff with the conversation, which we're using AI for. It might be a fun way to highlight that if you need to convince them to use the consumables rather than just running up and pouring it on their head. But, you know, maybe we can add like a right-click menu to pour on their head or something. But yeah, I think convincing them might make a little bit more sense. So in that sense, it works, I guess. We'll come back to convincing them later, I think. I think we're ready to start adding a few more stats that we can modify. I also noticed a couple trees were a little bit too low, so let me run around and fix those. Where was you? Ah, there you are. I just redid a lot of the terrain. I was looking at some assets on the asset store for like pre-made levels because I'm so bad at sculpting levels myself, and a lot of them just had so much more verticality, so kind of gutted everything yesterday and just built a bunch of mountains, and I'm working around it. Gotta polish it all up, but it was a very flat land, kind of like this. So we're still working on stuff. We've got some fun places to explore. This sort of like graveyard stand-in that we're going to do some stuff with. There's a volcano over there. We got hot springs over here that there will be stuff to do with. We're going to put a little dragon cove in here. There's no combat in the game right now because I want to do something interesting with it other than just like click on an enemy to hit them with your tool, because there's so much cool stuff to be done with the tools, I think. But got some like a dead forest with some stuff to uncover. This giant little tree that you can actually harvest from, the tree of creation, so you get some real cool stuff. And then my favorite place is up this mountain. We go up this hill, and there's actually a giant like ice golem up here and an entrance to a cave. We're gonna explore some like instance areas. But lots to do still. Still very, it looks nice for now, but there's a lot more to do. Looks very well right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Every single day I'm like, I want to make it look better. But you can only do so much each day. What do you have in mind for the combat system? Let me answer that in a second, because is the ice golem animated? I want to show that off, because the answer is yes, and I've got some cool ideas for that. But let me jump over to a test scene so I can show off the animation a little bit better. But basically, he is animated. He starts as like a little rock. Maybe I can trigger that. Well, that's fine. Basically, he kind of collapses down into a rock, and so he's going to be treated like a gemstone or something that you can mine. But when you mine him, he's going to stand up and start attacking you, and then you have to defeat him to get whatever his resource is. We've got a couple different golems. Let me find my scenes. Interactables test scene. But yeah, for combat, I don't actually know quite yet. There's a lot of different ways you could go about it, and I really just haven't like figured out what would be cool and new. Some of the big inspirations for the game were RuneScape and Diablo, and neither of their combat systems are kind of like that great. I'd say Diablo's is better. But like RuneScape, you literally just click on an enemy and then you auto attack them and they auto attack you until one of you is dead. There's a lot more stuff to it at like higher levels of like moving around and dodging attacks and stuff, but it's kind of just like click and wait. And Diablo, I'd say, is a little bit more of like dodging stuff, which is fine but not really that interesting. But we could do something crazy like turn-based battles, or like, I mean, Undertale style, like instead of fighting something you could convince them to be friends, or like there's a lot of weird stuff we could do. So maybe some mechanics. Yeah, I think whatever we end up doing will need to be very like system based, very mechanic heavy, I think is our strengths, our strong suits. So I just don't know what mechanics would be fun, especially with like some of the AI stuff we're doing. Like we've got brains in the works for each of the NPCs to be able to wake up in the morning and look at their inventory, look at like what they know about the world and some other game state stuff, and then make their own decisions of like what they want to do and go out, or where they want to go, what they want to do, etc. I think that would be cool to add to like some enemies as well. But it might also be a waste if it's just like they get up and walk around because what else are they going to do? It's just, yeah, I need to think through, but I would love any ideas you have. Since you mentioned AI, maybe a combat system that is complex enough so the enemy can learn from you. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the direction that I want to go in, for sure. Like there's room for the game to observe how the player plays. Yeah. And I think you could do that at the like individual level and also at like a species level almost. I mean, that might be thinking too broadly. But if you look at this guy, like it's pretty easy to imagine a fight might last long enough that he can observe how the player plays and like adjust his fighting style. Like if you're always out of melee range, maybe he switches to fireballs, or like obviously something more complex than that. But if you look at the smaller guys, like maybe you have a forest full of these guys and you kill a bunch of them one way, like the others could probably learn how you're doing things and learn a little bit to adapt to that. I think there's so many potential enemies that we could put in and so many different like things to do that it's hard to think in concrete examples of like, all right, this guy, how is he going to learn and how's it going to be interesting and different from how this guy learns. But yeah, I think that like relying on the AI under the hood, like the rest of the game, we've kind of leaned on that to enable these sort of surprising experiences where like we tell the player they can combine any two items, and the people that we've seen playing are like, all right, well, I'm going to break the game by combining the weirdest two items I can think of, and then they get an item that makes sense, and they're like, oh, you know what, that does make sense, huh? And they're like pleasantly surprised. So it would be cool to either lean more on that somehow in combat, where they can kind of see, like, obviously the NPC is observing how the player is acting and adjusting, but we also want to make sure that that adjustment is visible to the player themselves, so they can see like, oh man, what was working isn't working, and it's because they've learned, versus just kind of being unclear or something. So yeah, I think it's in the right direction for sure. Sounds super good. It reminds me of Scribblenauts. There were so many ingenious alternatives to go past an obstacle that you felt the game was so realistic. Yeah, I haven't played Scribblenauts in like probably 20 years or something, and I only briefly played, I think. But you're not the first person to say that this game reminds them of Scribblenauts. You're actually like, that's one of the big feedback that we get, so maybe I should go back and play it. I don't know if there's a recent one, but That'd be fun. I think I really like the idea of, what's the phrase I use? It's a problem, not a puzzle. Like, that's what we're using as an inspiration for our NPCs' quests, where they just tell you a problem that they're having, and there's lots and lots of solutions, versus, like, the opposite end of the spectrum is, like, we could have them look at your inventory and say, okay, the player could craft these items, so they could craft a super mega furnace. Let's generate a quest where the super mega furnace is the answer. I think it's really cool to have all those different ways to solve it. Scribblenauts Unlimited. So yeah, I'll definitely play this. I mean, hell yeah. Let me add it to my wish list for now, and I'll probably grab it off stream. But yeah, I've seen a lot of clips of it. It looks really fun. I vaguely remember playing it on, like, I want to say Game Boy or like DS or something. So it'd be cool to see it on PC too, and kind of get that sense of the vibe. But I was showing off the golems. I get so sidetracked. Let me move our player over to Golem Land. You played it on your DS as well. Nice. Yeah, that'll be fun to play, I think. I feel like every time somebody says this feels like, about half the time it's been Scribblenauts, which has surprised me every time. The other half of the time is usually, oh, this looks like RuneScape, I don't like it. Which is sad because I designed it to look like RuneScape because I like it, but oh well. But let's look at these golems. So they've got a couple animations that I think they'll cycle through, but they look pretty sick. Yeah, so when they're in this like stone state, that's when you're going to be able to just like walk up and mine them, kind of like you can with stones. And then I think I can trigger their animator. Maybe this will work. So if you mine them, well, okay, maybe not. I will have to sort that out, but yeah, there they go. They can stand up and like start walking, chasing you. They've got some attack animations, so I think they'll be a very cool addition. And they're set up to where I can just, I can generate new textures for them, or we have a bunch of textures, but we can basically use any texture for a material that we want, which is super cool. They're very cool indeed. I didn't even know so many people knew Scribblenauts. Yeah, I thought it was the coolest thing ever when I was a kid, but nobody ever knew it, so I completely forgot about it. I just thought it was such a cool premise. Alright, so let's head back to our world. Let's go ahead and let's add a potion to make things smaller as well. But we can go ahead and start adding more stats that we support on items. And we'll do that for a bit, I think. The final piece to kind of complete this whole system is looping back to our item generation logic and being able to generate and deserialize the effects themselves on the object. Right now we are just generating like a list of strings as placeholders. So if we replace that portion of it with serialized objects, I think it'll plug into our existing systems really well. But let's also grab a shrink potion. Oh, right, and we also need to do the undo effect on these, so maybe that's what we should do next. Get real small. Just a bunch of temporary text while we get stuff working so we can have fun with it. Let's say a third of the size. All right, so what we want to do when we apply this effect, if it has a application type of immediate and on apply later, I think what we want to do is start a coroutine, that like a separate thread that counts down this amount of seconds and undoes the effect, which is super simple to do if we were, well, I mean, that would work too. If we were to just put the onApply effect in its own function and start that coroutine. But it might also be nice to just, can we do an anonymous coroutine? If effect on application type is that, can we do like this syntax and put logic in here? Probably not. Janky. No. But, you know, that's fine. The alternative that the kind of auto-completed to will also work, because we can just hard code in the onApply effects here. It just means for every effect that we support, we need to add the apply and the onApply effect, which I guess makes sense. We need to do that anyway. It's just in two places. A bit off topic, but I've been searching your projects. I see you made a framework for competitive Pokemon AIs, although it's 10 years old. Yeah, that's a fun project. There's a site called, is it Pokemon Arena? It's been a long time. Pokemon Showdown. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever played this. It's web-based, or apparently you can install it now. But it's PvP with other people. Yeah, Showdown. And you just create a team and play against real people. There's a lot of different formats, obviously. It's pretty popular, or at least it was when I was playing it. But I was really interested in kind of AI agents and stuff at the time. Surprise, surprise. So what I did was I built that framework to where I could create multiple teams, and I would have them battle each other to tell me like, hey, which team should I play with? I was more interested in like the team building aspect than the battle side. But I think there's an MMR system in here, and I got pretty far up when I built it. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, definitely not this high. I was going to say like 1500, 1600, but I don't know where you start. But yeah, that was really fun. It's kind of two parts. One is playing the game, and one is kind of this like matchmaking practice for scoring who beat who. And I think it looks at which like Pokemon fainted the fastest and which ones had the most impact. Let's see here. Yeah, so it was just a Chrome extension for triggering on this site. You write your own logic for how to play, and then it automatically queues you up, and it plays against other people, so you can kind of get a MMR score for each of the teams that you make, which I like. It's fun. I'm also, might be a hot take, but I love writing bots for games. That's probably my gateway drug into making games myself. I've made so many bots for like RuneScape and I guess Pokemon Showdown and like single player games. It'd be super fun to make a bot for like RimWorld and just try and survive. You made a bot for WoW. Nice. What did it do? I've actually never played WoW, but I have lots of friends who are very intent on getting me to play it. But I know it's the kind of game that I would immediately just lose myself in and see you guys in like 7 months. I got sucked back into Diablo 4 with this new season, and that's close enough to WoW for me that I'm like, ooh, I really don't need it. Oh yeah, Hearthstone. That's the other game that I made some bots for. That was really fun. It's a lot more random than like Magic. Magic is hard to code bots for because there's so many possible cards that they could have, obviously. But Hearthstone was a lot more limited when I did that, and the random cards made it fun to be able to, respond to randomness. It was like an auto combat routine based on several conditions, so it always did the optimal rotation. Nice. That's fun. I made a bot for Hearthstone too, although very simple. Did you do it pixel image based, or did you actually jumped into memory images? I actually used a framework. It's been so long that I'm sure all these frameworks have been like bought out by malware companies, but I want to say Hearthbot, which did all the memory manipulation. Yeah, it might have been HearthBuddy. They had an API to where you could write your own, and so I just did that. HearthBuddy. HeartBuddy. It was something like that, where they basically gave you all the framework, and they wanted people to write their own scripts to sell on their market, so other people would buy it and they would take a cut, like that was their business or whatever it was. So I just wrote the scripts for myself using their APIs. Same with RuneScape. I think I used RSBuddy maybe, which I'm very certain is like malware by this point. No, not this. OSBuddy. Rune something. But yeah, I have done some memory manipulation. Like when StarCraft 2 first came out, I wrote some scripts for manipulating how many minerals and gas and stuff you had in single player. But yeah, it's much nicer to use those frameworks and just focus on the logic, I'd say. I'm less interested in tracking down memory and making sure it stays where you want it to be or how you want it to be. One bot that I do want to make, I keep coming back to RuneScape, but it's super fun. There's a PvP area in it, and I haven't played in a really long time, but I would love to make a like fleet of bots that all walk together in different worlds. So if any of the bots in any world or server sees a player nearby, all of the bots that are on that dot in other worlds, I'll switch to that world and I'll attack them at once. I think that'd be super fun. I haven't built it because it's been so long since I've been in RuneScape or even in like botting RuneScape. I think that'd be such a fun, like you're walking along as a human, you see another enemy and you attack them, and then suddenly there's 100 enemies all standing underneath them attacking you back. I could own the wilderness. Right. The thing that we were doing, I got a little sidetracked. I love the AI stuff, especially like the old agent stuff, but I really dig all the new AI stuff too, obviously, generative AI and all that. If the consumable effect is not permanent, start a coroutine to return it. So we say if effect.application type is equal to that, then we want to remove it, and this has the wrong signature. I can't remember what coroutines need, but I'm pretty sure it's an IEnumerable. And probably no parameters. Oh, well, that's not even the right function. Why is it trying to convert to a string? I do not know. Oh, wait, that's not right. That's not right at all. Yeah, we call functions. It's just delayed. So what in tarnation? Some funky magic under the hood. Can I use a... What's the syntax? That's what I tried. Magic. Since you like generative AI solutions, excuse me, do you also work with Cursor, some IDE integrations like Copilot, ChatGPT, etc.? Yeah, I use Copilot, partially because I think I have a free trial of it right now, like a year free on GitHub or something like that, but I've heard that there are others that are supposedly better. I actually really, really like Copilot. I just haven't tried anything else. So it's kind of one of those things where it works good enough that I haven't gone searching. Copilot, I would say, has worked real well. Probably a better way to structure this. Do you use Copilot or something else. Yeah, that's what I want. No. Okay. So what I really want is private IEnumerator onApply effect with nothing here. And what I want is start coroutine onApply effect, but I want to pass through the effect to onApply. So can I say effect, pass effect here, okay, and game object target, can I also pass that? So why didn't it work with this guy? Same signature. It's because I said IEnumerable and not IEnumerator. Obviously. Yes, Cursor IDE plus Copilot in it. I have ChatGPT on my side. I've never heard of Cursor IDE. Let me check that out. AI code editor. Interesting. I have been tempted to build something like this for writing, but not for code. 1 minute? Oh, golly. I'm gonna... Actually, I can hear it. You can't. That looks pretty solid, actually. I have a lot of Unity-specific stuff in Visual Studio here that I kind of need, but, you know, for all the other code I write, I might check it out. Where... Does it run a local model, or do you pay for a remote model? What's the deal on that? Looks like you pay for a remote model, probably. Still looks pretty cool. Yeah, I'll definitely try it out, especially if it's like $20 a month isn't too hard to try out. Would be nice if someone made something for a local LLM. Yeah, that'd be really nice. There's a couple, I forget the big code model that just came out like a month ago that's supposed to be super good for local completions. But yeah, that'd be super cool. This is my studio work computer, so I've got a nice 4090 in this guy, so I run some local models and would love to use them. Claude Sonnet. No, I think it was one that wasn't very popular. It was specifically for code. I think it might have been fine-tuned on Llama, though. Hugging Face Code Complete model. It was up there in like one of the leaderboards, but only specifically for code. Well, I don't recognize these, so maybe I'm lying. Oh yeah, Code Llama 70B is also supposed to be really good. So seeing all these above it gives me pretty good hope for those. So, you know, I'll have to try it out. I haven't really played much with it because Copilot has worked pretty well. But yeah, I'm sure my free trial is going to end at some point and I'll look around. Hopefully for something that uses local models. I'll check that out. Thanks. I'd really love to have a local LLM for this. Yeah, I feel like there was also one that was popular on Hacker News or something. But yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it without that search site or whatever it is. If it doesn't exist, it will in 2 to 3 years anyway. The future is bright. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been really cool to work on this game. We started our studio 1 year ago, and we told our investors, like, hey, this is what we want to build. The tech isn't here yet, but it's coming really fast. And so it's been really cool to be able to build out some of these things with effectively placeholders for the tech to come later, and then also see that tech come later. So like, I mean, obviously all the 3D stuff is placeholders right now, but when we started the studio, I don't think Stable Diffusion was like just starting with 1.5. So like the tech wasn't very good. You couldn't really specialize it for like items at all. It was just kind of like art pieces. And so we were like, we're going to build this knowing that Stable Diffusion or whatever image generation is going to get really good. And it did. And now we have image generation in the game. Back then there wasn't like native JSON support in OpenAI. But we were like, we're going to figure out some prompts so we can kind of get JSON until there is. And then they added it and we're like, all right, bet. Now we can use that. So it's been really cool to see like, and bank on, yeah, this AI stuff is probably going to come out soon. So we're going to build everything around it, hoping that it does. And then it does, and we can just kind of plug it in, which has been very, very rewarding. I've once again forgotten at all what I was doing. But I think we've got our shrink potion. Oh, right. We were testing to see if items unapplied after time. So let's wrap that up. Remove consumable effect. That's literally what I just had. IEnumerator now. But if I do this... Oh, you know what? It's because I'm not yielding anything. Okay. Let's do this. We need to yield wait 4 seconds. Suspicious. Alright, let's... Don't know why I'm so blind at what's happening here. Yield return new. Okay. Okay, I just needed the full line, I guess. So this coroutine, let's say after effect duration, because it will yield at the beginning, effectively pausing for that amount of time, and then it will undo the effect applied. It's a little weird to have the apply and unapply in separate functions, in separate like switch cases, but it's probably fine for now. Maybe we can figure out a nicer way to format it later. It's a very wise approach. Thank you. Yeah, it was a little risky approach, but I had hope. It's been nice. All right, let's see if this works. We've got our potions. Let's go ahead and add in our shrink potion as well. We still need to consume them, but that's just updating the stack size, I guess. We got shrink potions to be added to the player's starting inventory. Let's add shrink potions to the item database so we can find them by name instead of generating new ones. Shrink potion. Let's double check that this all looks good. It does. That applies for 10 seconds. And growth potion also applies for 10. So if we go in, use growth potion, we should get big. 10 seconds later, we should go back to normal. Likewise with the shrink potion. And then we'll also try stacking them. So we got growth potion, shrink potion. So if we use this, we get big for 10 seconds. It's been about 10 seconds. All right. Unapplied. We still got to show like buffs and debuffs and timers and all that. Let's also try it with the shrink potion, but it should work. That's so cute. Oh, I kind of love that actually. We should go back to normal. Okay. And also, let's go to like a big rock. I'm going to be tiny while I go over there. Makes the world feel so much bigger. I love this. It's so good. Yeah, we're going to, because we're generating all of the items from AI, right now it has absolutely wild attributes on stuff. So we're kind of reining that in a little bit, but we're going to code in a bunch of possible attributes that do just a bunch of stuff. So I think it'll be really cool to have all these attributes as possibilities, like making things bigger, making things smaller, making things faster, flying, change their colors, etc., etc. And then let the AI decide, like, okay, this is a potion of fire resistance. What all should it do? Like, obviously increase your fire resistance, but maybe it also turns your character red and maybe makes you a little bit faster or whatever makes sense. Like, it's cool to have that pool of possibilities that the AI can pull from when making new items. But all right, let's make this, use our growth potion on Boulder. Suspicious. Is it just a collider issue? Doesn't look like we're doing anything. Let's try on something else. Let's try this tree. Okay, it big. We'll make sure it gets small. Yeah, I'll check the colliders on that. It's probably just not close enough. Okay, back to small. Let's make him smaller. Let's make it double small. So he should go back to small and then about a second later go back to normal. Small. Normal. Alright. That works. Now let's get a little bit crazy. Let's go small. 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 It's too small. I can't click on it. Oh no. Alright. They seem to stack correctly when it's all the same. But, okay. Kind of hard to hit that collider now. Oh, he's gone. Where's he gone? I think, oh, you know what? He was just so big, I bet we were inside him. Alright, let's do this. We'll keep running. We only got 10 seconds. I wonder if the collider is actually getting bigger. I don't think it is. Because about here is where our edge of the collider is. Okay, it is. But we just need to move out even further to get in. Alright, well that seems to work. Cool. We now have consumable items. Excellent. I've been streaming almost 3 hours now. I think what I'm going to do is take a quick bathroom break, refill my water, etc. It's nice having you here. And I'll be right back. We can get these items to actually be used when we use them, and then we can start adding more attributes because system works, so time to make it go crazy. Alright, enjoy. Get some hot water yourself. I will be right back. Thanks for being here. It's fun, and it's fun to chat. Be right back. We are back. Hope you hydrated, did everything you needed. Was checking my phone during the break. I saw Llama 3.1 is out now, the 405 billion size, which should be pretty crazy to see. We'll see. And I also realized I can, rather than trying to click on the trees to make them real big, I can just make myself real big with one button. Oh, well, you know what? I stopped seeing me, but, you know, that kind of works. Shadows. Alright. But I guess I could do the same to be nice and small. Maybe I should increase the amount I can zoom in. I'm so tiny. Let's do that real fast. Let's see. Player controller, camera. Min zoom distance, let's do 0.1. Let's go crazy. 0.001. Max zoom distance, 500. Here we go. Should the size affect movement speed and the camera? Yeah, it probably should. I'm thinking... So it feels like the world has grown instead of you shrinking. That's a good idea. I was trying to decide if... So like, this is the growth potion. So obviously this feels weird because you're still moving at the same movement speed. I think the two ways to approach it is to either increase your movement speed or decrease your animation speed, where you're like moving at the same speed but you're moving slower. But I think it might make sense. I mean, it'd be more fun if you move faster when you're bigger, right? So probably do that. And then when you're smaller, it looks like you're moving faster just because the way things are. But it could make sense to adjust movement speed here too. Like maybe you should be a lot slower when you're this small. Or this small. He's so small. But can get real big now that I increased our max camera zoom out. Maybe the fog is a little bit of an issue here. But yeah, this is a good example of definitely movement speed or animation speed needs changed here. I would say obviously we won't let the player do this, but you know what? I bet we will let the player do this. I just have really big values on these for testing. Like it's 3 times your size instead of like probably like 2 times or like diminishing returns or something. But I think it's cool to get this big if you make the items to do so. Why not? But yeah, that is a good point. Maybe what we should do is look at, before we start adding more values, let's take a look at our player here. Should have an animator on it. I wonder if I can adjust the animation speed in the controller, or I could go grab the nav mesh agent on it and adjust the speed there. Maybe I'll just adjust the speed. Yeah, I think that would make it feel like either the world has grown or the world has shrunk, depending on which one you do. So when you have growth potion, should you go faster or slower? It's faster, right? Yeah, you should definitely be going faster when you're bigger. Your legs are longer. I'm a tall guy. I know how this works. So if our current speed is 11. We're multiplying our size by 3. Let's multiply our size by 2. And let's see if that looks about right. That looks a lot. That's so cool. Actually, I love this. So if I were to multiply that size by 2 again, and then we drink 2 of the potion, does that look about right? That looks about right. This is giving me some like Katamari Damacy vibes. Oh right, we need to decrease the size when we get small again. We can do that. But basically we just need to know the ratio of size to speed changes that we want, because we don't necessarily want to get that big that fast. I just had it big for testing. So let's say 2 times speed, or 2 times size, and then let's figure out the speed for each of those. Shrink potion also half the size. So I mean, theoretically, if you craft one, you have all the recipes to craft literally infinite amounts. You could stack them forever. So let's look at what the speed should be if you're doubling or halving in size. And yeah, maybe like increasing the FOV or something might also make it feel like you're bigger too. So let's say you're this big. You know, that actually feels still good. Huh. Wonder why that feels so good. In my opinion, the most immersive thing would be to adjust the camera to the size, so when you're small it feels like the world is way bigger, but you always perceive yourself as oh. I mean, that would be way better than having to zoom out the camera to see you again. That's a great idea. So let's look and see how we might do that. I like that. That's a good idea. So here, we've got our camera pointing at the player. Let's get more of a reasonable zoom level. So we'd probably be something like that. And then when we grow, we want the camera size to adjust such that we are this size, but the world is bigger, smaller. When we grow, the world is smaller. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see if we can replicate this. So I'm just waiting a second to make sure all the effects have worn off. But so we can move on the plane towards, well, I have the distance to the player locked, but forget the values here. Let's see here. If I didn't lock the distance to the player and the player gets larger, so we drink that, we are large now. We'd want this to come out until you're the same size again. So all we need to do here is two parts. One, we unlock the distance to the player on the camera, and two, we figure out the ratio of scale change to distance that the camera moves to compensate. Hey, Tony Sprocket, you are just in time for math. No worries, no worries. We are about to do some math, and you're just in time to help. So let me show you what's happening here. We've built our system for consumable items. We have scale is effectively the only stat that we're changing right now, but we're getting stuff working on that, so you can have the system working before we add more stats. But we have two items here that work with scale. We've got our growth potion and our shrink potion. And growth potion makes you or whatever you use it on twice as big. Shrink potion makes you or whatever you use it on half as big. Example of using a growth potion on a small bush. It is now big. It's now bigger. And shrink potion, using it on, say, a tree. It's now shrunken. We probably want to animate that change a little bit. But that's how it works. You can also drink them yourself to get bigger or smaller. But what we are doing here, if you're watching, is we're adjusting the camera such that when you get bigger, the camera pulls out, so you're the same size on screen, but the world looks smaller, if that makes sense. So like, I need like a sticky note on screen so I can track how big the player is. actually have sticky notes on my desk. Heck yeah. It's like Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, I was thinking we could have a few areas on the map where you need to craft like a potion to make things smaller or make yourself smaller or something in order to unlock that area as kind of another sink for like uses for items. So a good example is like if we had, say, this rock, which I can't select for some reason. Ah, there we go. So if we have this rock, lockers, blah, blah, blah. Oh, he's static. Okay, I'm not going to do it in play mode. So, bad example, but huge rock in the way. If you wanted to get up to this area, you'd need to figure out a way. Maybe some of the ways are like crafting items that give you jump height so you can jump around it, or like build a glider so you can glide around, something that lets you fly. Maybe one of the ways to solve this puzzle, effectively like a quest but not for an NPC, is to craft a potion of shrinkage that you can pour on items to make them smaller, and then he gets small enough that you can walk past him, or you temporarily small enough you can walk past him. Or maybe like a potion of making things fly so it like floats up in the air and you walk past it. Lots of cool stuff to be done there. Why was I saying all this? I don't remember. But it works. So we can now use potions on ourselves or use the potions on any object to apply the same effects to that object. So that's where we're at. Something about the scaling math. Yes. So we have this guy, and he's this size. And when he uses this potion, we want the camera to pull out to where he's the same size on the screen. But I don't know how to do that math. We know that the model is twice as large. Hold on, there's some suspicious smoke outside. But model is twice as large. We want to figure out how much we're moving the camera forward or back. Alrighty, it's just the neighbors barbecuing. Does doubling the distance work? You know, that might work. So I have a sticky note on my screen so I can see how big the player is. Let me grab my inspector, pop him out so I can full screen the game, and then move the position. Oh, right, I need the proper axes. But yeah, I guess I should just double it and see if it works. I'd say the distance should be 1:1 with the scaling factor in your character. You guys are probably right, and I can't believe you're right. I believe you, but let's test it. So let me align my little sticky note a little bit better. Okay, it's looking good. We're going to drink a potion. Pause it. I need to effectively, maybe I should do this in code. I need to compute this distance and move it twice as much back, because these positions are not on this coordinate system. They're on like the flat, non-rotated coordinate system. So like straight up, left and right. But let me just eyeball this a little bit and we can kind of get a sense of whether it's right or not. I think it will be. So now if we full screen this, I think that's mostly right. He's moved up on the screen a bit, but yeah, he's the same scale. So we might have to adjust like rotation a bit, but let me just, I guess, write that code. Because now we're getting into where we said the hard stuff would be. It's really easy to adjust stats on objects when that stat exists on that object. So like the transform of an object is really easy to change. If we have nav mesh agent on that object, we can just grab this component and change that speed. That'd be super easy. But what gets hard is if there are other objects. So like here, we basically need to grab the main camera, which is this, and adjust the values here and here. But we only want to do that when our target is the player. So I think we can just hard code that in and it's fine. But we will give it a shot. The angle should be adjusted, I think. Probably so, right? I think so. But we can at least get the forward and backwards movement correct, and then we can tilt on the orbit. I'll take the sticky note off. Alrighty, so what we can do is say, let's add a tag to the player. And if the target is the player, we grab the main camera. Don't tell me this math is going to be right. Surely not. No. It's just subtracting 1 from Z. No. Okay, so what we're going to do is do the math. Player cameras. Flow distance to player. Is that. Now we want to multiply that distance by our scale multiplier, which, so if it's half, the camera will pull in, be half as much distance. That makes sense. If they're doubling their size, the camera doubles the distance to the player. I think that's right. And then we need to reposition be the new distance. I'm just going to trust that this is correct. We will see. And I'm not going to do the undo until we know this works. But player tag should be set, so it should trigger, and it should at least move. We'll see if it moves correctly. And then we can adjust the angle if we need. And all this probably needs animated or like lerped between start value, end value for like growing and shrinking objects, but we can deal with that later. All right, growth potion. It definitely moved, but I'm pretty sure our camera logic is locking that distance. So let me go sort that out. I wonder if it went past the max zoom distance or something. So every frame, which is when it jerked back, we do some stuff if the middle mouse button is down. If the middle mouse button is up, otherwise we do nothing for orbit. Zoom, we always do, we're clamping to min zoom, max zoom distance. And we get our camera offset that I think is what's setting it, because in follow player now, we use our camera offset. So I think this is kind of like a race condition where this is happening on the same frame as us moving the camera, and it's probably setting the camera position in one script and also somewhere else, so it's just kind of jerking back and forth. But let's kill the line that resets our camera position based on player movement, just to make sure things are looking good, because we can test this without moving the player, and that should let the camera pull out without resetting. Be right back. Alrighty. Let's try this. Alright, so now the camera shouldn't be following the player, and we can't rotate it or anything. That's fine. The angle is definitely off because we're not setting that angle at the start. But if we use a growth potion now, surely camera will pull back. Okay, player is the same size, just about. We need to do the opposite when the effect unapplies, but that works. That's pretty cool. I like that. All right. So we need to do the unapply effect, and we need to wrangle in our camera controller effectively. So maybe, well, let's get this unapply real fast. Can literally just do the opposite, but so now the opposite effect is happening, so we want to divide that distance and then reposition the camera back to that original. Okay, but here, why are we doing things the way that we are? Looks cool. Yeah, this looks so much better. Thanks for the suggestion. I think this feels a lot better too, because you could just do what we were doing, like I don't even remember what we were doing. Were we zooming the... Oh, we kept the same camera distance, but we were changing the player's speed. So yeah, this is so much nicer, it feels like, because it does feel like the world just gets smaller around you without you needing to scroll out to zoom out, I mean. All right, follow player. Something in here. We're getting our current position and camera offset, which is set in handle camera zoom. Distance to player is calculated. We do this every frame because we want to, I mean, obviously the camera follows the player every frame, and we also want to let them orbit whenever they want around the player. But I feel like this distance to player isn't getting set correctly because we are changing the player camera transform here on the same frame. But let's double check that it's not just like exceeding the min and max and getting clamped down. So let's say, just give it ridiculous numbers for now, because maybe we want to adjust these anyway when drinking a potion. So now the camera should be back to normal. Let's see if it still jerks us back to the old view. So we can orbit, follows the player. When we drink a growth potion, it does jerk us back. Oh, you know, well, I was gonna say it's because we're not updating our zoom level on the camera, but let's see this. Player, camera's here. We drink it, it goes back and immediately gets set back here. Okay. And we're doing this every frame because there's not a button like to check for that the player has moved. We're just following the player when they do move. Thank you for the follow, Miggy. It scared me a little bit. I forgot that was the sound effect. Thanks for coming in. How you doing? We are knee deep in what is probably normal, just regular, basic, normal math, and trying to figure out why the code around the math isn't working. We're updating our camera to pull back when our player gets bigger, but our other code keeps pulling that camera back in. So we are calculating the distance of the player the camera should be at from the zoom level, which doesn't change when we pull the camera back, which is probably why it's getting set back to the same. That follower was sent by me. Welcome in, Cozy. Hello, hello. Love you. And Amy is our leader. Oh, so do you work for Amy? Welcome on in. Nice to have you here. We are, having a great time. We're getting some code written that we've been pushing off for months and months and months, thinking that'll be a problem for later me. And today it is a problem for present me. But when it works, it'll be really cool. Let me show off what we're working on. We got this big old game for a crafting RPG. Would you remind me what coding language you're using here? We're using C#, which is the coding language that Unity uses by default. I think you can use one or two other ones if you choose, but C# is a jam, and there's nothing wrong with it at all, other than all of things wrong with it, I guess. But in this game, you are a little man, little alchemist, who has the power to combine any two items you want. For example, if you take a bucket and an apple, there's not a recipe in the game for what happens when you combine those two items, but if you press this magical button here, it'll make a recipe in the game. Uses some AI to generate the new item name, text, descriptions, stats, and the image, which please disregard the image. I was working on images this morning, the model that we're using, and it's a little janky right now, so I swear the images look better than this. But you can create any item you want in the game. You can also use any item you make. So let's say like you want to mix coral with a hoe. You'll probably make like a coral hoe or something. And that item didn't exist in the game before. You got a coral garden hoe with terrible image. But now you can use that item as a tool on anything, so there's no recipe in the game for what happens when you use a coral garden hoe on a bush. And now there is. You get an ocean bloom berry because it's specific to the tool that you're using. You could also use your bare fists and get something else. Lots and lots of stuff. You can craft stuff, you can collect stuff. You can get a whole bunch of items in this game. And today we are working on consumable items, which you can also craft. So, say we've got like a fire resistance potion, or the two items that we're working with today just for testing are a growth potion and a shrink potion. So if you craft consumables, right now they don't do anything, but we're adding effects to them. So now you can craft growth potions, and you could also craft other items that make you bigger or smaller. But you can drink that and make yourself nice and big. We are working on the camera and movement and stuff to make it a little bit nicer. But you can be big if you want. It's temporary. You go back to being regular size afterwards. You could also be small and be super tiny, which I think is hella cute. And, run around in the fields being real tiny. You can also actually use consumables on any object in the world as well. So if you want to just walk up to this tree and make it bigger, you can select your growth potion and use it on a tree. Maybe you can use it on a different tree, and that tree will get bigger. And it's temporary as well. So we're going to use it for some like puzzles. So like think Alice in Wonderland, where you need to get small to get through a hole, or you need to get a bigger block to press on a lever or something. And theoretically, we haven't built this in yet, but you could also talk to NPCs and convince them to use a potion, and it'll make them bigger or smaller or whatever stats are on it too. But that's what we're working on. We got a bunch of cool stuff in the game. Thanks for coming in. Thanks again for the follow. Happy to have you here. Let's get back to some code. So, the ways that we could fix this issue that we're having, where the camera's position is computed based on the distance of the player. We could have some sort of flag that we set for like when something else has adjusted the camera position to know to recalculate this. But I think what we want to do is actually just, we don't want to calculate the camera offset in handle camera zoom, because we only want to It's a little weird that this is a bug at all. Because I think it's a race condition, but I'm not entirely sure. Distance of players based on how much you're scrolling times the zoom sensitivity, and then we clamp it. If you're not scrolling, this is going to be 0. And this will reset to the min zoom distance. And we only do this if we are holding a control. So these shouldn't change at all when we're not zooming. Follow player, however, should probably recompute the current camera offset, just in case zoom hasn't fired. So this will work if it's not a race condition. Just that we weren't updating it, keeping it fresh. So that'll update our position to the... Yeah, because it's looking at the player. We're calculating the distance from the camera to the player, getting the most recent distance and resetting that position to look at it. And it's a little bit weird because it's wrapped up in, it's not really doing the distance, it's checking offset and stuff. Math. But maybe that'll work because we're using camera offset here, but unless we are holding the middle mouse button or holding camera zoom, the camera offset is going to still be set to what it was at the end of the last time that we did one of those actions. So, for example, when we scroll the camera back, it sets the camera offset to like 10 or something. Nothing resets that back to whatever the current value is. We're just reusing that, which is why the camera's pulling back. I'm using this to convince myself, I guess. So this should do it, but let's... hopefully it's not too like performance heavy to calculate that every frame. Growth potion. Does it make me big? Yes. Does it pull the camera out? No. Okay. So really we just need to rewrite our camera controller effectively. We could also just like, if the player has moved, we could check to see if their coordinates have moved and then update if so. I don't think that's the way to do it though. It's mostly just wonky because this is all split out into spaghetti to try and clean up the code, but having it all split out is a little weird. 'Cause this fires every frame, and these don't. So I think let's jump in and just inspect stuff, I guess. We'll go old school today. And I guess that breakpoint is every frame, which might be a little rough. So let's play it through, get reset. And yeah, it's not really going to work inspecting it every frame because we'll never be able to use our potion. So let's do this here. And then when that fires, we can go add the breakpoint here. So we can at least start in the game, get the camera situated, then trigger the potion and see that frame's effects. Alright, so this should trigger a breakpoint. It does. I'm going to go set a breakpoint over here. But let's look at how this is looking good. Distance to player is about 10. So it was like 5, and then we doubled it. So we're going to continue, get this. Looks like the camera pulled out correctly. Now this is probably... Is camera offset at vector 3? Right. So this line right here is what's going to pull it back in, I believe. But we don't want that to happen. Do I need to calculate distance to player again? Maybe. No, because this isn't the actual distance to the player. It's... well, maybe it is. Math, man. Welcome back, Surratt. We are debugging, but getting a little closer, I think. We'll see. The problem lies in my terrible camera controller, where we have arrested too much control over the camera, and other scripts cannot update it without it being reset on that frame. So I'm just trying to... It's been like 6 months since I worked on this camera, so just trying to understand what we're doing here. Alright, growth potion. Why didn't our... oh, we weren't attached. Okay, let's wait for that to end. Now we use it, hits this breakpoint. We continue on that once we've set this. So we should see camera pull back correctly before it gets reset. Kind of, the angle's a little bit off. But now we need to see it's still the same values. So this line right here is pulling us back in. Because why? Distance to player? Oh, new distance to player. I mean, what's the point of grabbing it if we're not going to use it? So let's continue that. Undo this. Let's try again once it's expired. Make my monster grow! Alright, so now we're connected, we drink our potion, we set our second breakpoint here, we press play so we can see the camera pull back correctly, kind of, minus the offset, and now is our new camera offset? It's still the same, okay. So you're telling me doubling this multiplier results in the same vector 3? These are the same, right? Yeah. Explain that math, Tony. So this function, what the heck is this? Returns a rotation. Okay, yeah, that's fine, because we're giving it then a direction and a distance. Okay. So this tells me well, we know new distance to player wasn't correct because we saw that it doubled from 5 to 10. So this value we needed to update the cache on. And this value I thought we needed to, but it's apparently just the same number even with the new multiplier. Where's my logged in window? You just multiply the individual values by 5, right? Yeah. What's up, everyone? Mr. Math, we need you. Because we have camera offset and new camera offset. They're both calculated in the same way. The only difference is the value they're multiplied by. Show me some math problems. Here you go. All right, we're looking at this line here. We're calculating a new camera offset, a vector 3, for where the camera is positioned in the scene. And we had it already where camera offset, it is computed whenever you move the camera. It's set, blah, blah, blah. It's fine. We are consuming our item that moves the camera in a different script. So in order to reflect that new position, what I am doing is recalculating the distance to the player and then recalculating the exact same camera offset. And the only difference there is the new distance to player is twice as much as the old distance to player, which is correct. So that's what we want. New distance to player, distance to player. We are pulling the camera out twice as much. So we expect to see new distance to player doubling because it's our new updated position. This is our old position. We are multiplying this vector here by this new value that is double. But it's exactly the same result. How does that math? It's a vector 3 multiplied by a number, and then a vector 3 multiplied by double that number when that number is not 1 or 0. How does that math? Risky Biscuit, welcome in. The Potionmancy is going good, minus the math, but we got the fun stuff coded. I'll show you. You can get real big and you can get real small and run around. I'm getting the system in place for manipulating the camera real fast. And then we'll add in more stats that the AI can pick from in generating items. Okay. Here's the solutions. You don't need to recalculate the vector, I think. This function you're using is normalizing the vector. It's just meant to be a direction. You're multiplying a quaternion. It's essentially a direction. Okay. I understand this. I'm going to walk you through the rest of the code, and you can tell me why I'm so stupid to have it this way, please, and then we can fix it. Just multiply old offset by 2. Okay, I can do that. Multiply the amplitude by 2. And I'm going to get 2 by basically saying float new amplitude by saying new distance to player divided by old distance to player, because that distance is set in a different script over here. We're repositioning the camera, so I'm just trying to keep the camera there instead of resetting to where it was. So if I just say multiply the old offset by 2, which is a new amplitude, so we just say new camera offset. That's what it sounds like you're saying, but I don't think this is right. I want to do quaternion times back times distance. Okay. Quaternion times back times distance. It's probably resolving like quaternion times back times distance. Oh, because I don't have... Oh, I guess, yeah, I was going to say it's just multiplication, so the order doesn't matter, but I guess that's not true with vector 3s. You're right. Okay. Let me see if that works. Okay, yeah, I'll just try that. Thank you for the help. I should have paid more attention in whatever class is 3D trig. Oh yeah, Risky Biscuit meet Cozy Biscuit. Cozy Biscuit meet Risky Biscuit. Cozy Biscuit is my wonderful wife. Risky Biscuit is my secondary math tutor. Thank you. You got a bit deep into quaternions. I remember taking a C++ class in my senior year, which was colloquially known as C++ for ninjas, because it was just generics and like quaternions and stuff. And I hated that class so much. I just did all the assignments at like starting them at midnight because they were due at like 3 a.m. and just coasted by. So whoops. So many biscuits. You know, you can never have enough biscuits. Alright, so we are attaching. We're going to play. Make sure our breakpoint's set over here. So we shouldn't hit the breakpoints until we use our potion. When we use our potion, camera's going to pull twice as far back. So taking the current distance of 5 multiplies it to 10. And that'll happen after this line fires. So we continue. We'll see that happen. Angle's going to be a little bit off, but that's okay. Camera is pulled back. We are the same height. So now, this is the logic that's jerking that camera back. Let's jump over a couple lines. Compute these new values. New camera offset is twice the old value, which sounds correct. No one ever told me anything about quaternions. I just read Unity docs once. Oh god. that's impressive. Wow. I will say that I've read the Unity docs on quaternions maybe dozens of times. Maybe every time I work with quaternions. So that's impressive. I vaguely know that they are just fancy vector 3s specifically about rotation. So I'm getting there. Let's go ahead and we play. Oh, okay. Well, this is fine. So we should have done the opposite, maybe. We pulled in twice as much, I think. Instead of pushing out. So, oh, and also, did we actually do anything different? Oh, we just added the parentheses. We didn't actually change any of this. New distance to player. Well, we do want that actually, because it did change. Multiply that by the amplitude. Like I have no idea what is happening under the hood, just know how to mostly use them. Well, that's awesome. I bet that comes with time, I'm hoping. Just from using them enough. I'm sure if Tony Sprocket walked into a room with Quaternions, he'd be like, "Hey, what up, guys? I'm very familiar with you." That's impressive. I hope to get there. Alright, surely this will work. We are multiplying by the new amplitude this time. Set this. Oh, right. Unset that. Now we use our potion, which triggers that. Now we reset this because otherwise it's every frame and we'll never be able to use our potion. Let's continue over here. Camera has pulled out. Let's calculate these. New camera offset is now half. I think before it was double, so that would probably be nice. And I'm going to play through and I'm going to just pray that it doesn't jerk back to the wrong camera position. This also feels like it wasn't the original camera position, like it's jerking back too far or something. Yeah, that's the original. So use this. Continue. Pulls me in instead of out. I really... So I probably shouldn't be... Well, this is how we're communicating to the camera, like, hey, pull back. But if we do this, we probably shouldn't be repositioning it here. I don't know why they decided to use the name Quaternion. Makes it sound much more confusing than it is. It's just a direction in 3D space, and this is one way to represent it. You know, that actually makes sense. But it also sounds really impressive. So it's a cool name. And you know what I think is happening here? I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, since it's pulling the camera in to half the distance instead of pushing it out, we probably got our operators mixed up. Don't worry about it. Makes the people that know seem smarter. You know, that's a valuable perk to any fact. So I dig it. Some of the facts I know are just to sound smart. Alright. Surely this will work. Surely when math doesn't work, you just move numbers around until they're the right order, right? That's how you do it? Alright, growth potion. Do your magic. No. Oh, well, you know what? Well, that's my cat typing. But I also did a silly mistake here where we are calculating this new camera offset and never using it. So maybe let's try with that. And then if that doesn't work, we will flip those operands again because it's probably right the first time. Also say hello to Mr. Types on your keyboard all the time, Dimitri. He is here to pass out in my lap and snuggle. And laugh at my math. Alright, so we start the game. We're now using the correct new offset instead of the old one. Surely. Well, that's a little suspicious. Well, sorry about your seizures, guys. Alright, first of all, let's flip this back. I was probably wrong of me to assume that that was a simple solution. I'm now a little suspicious that the AI was like, no, you had it, turn it back. But let's try this once more. See if we enter seizure mode. Hopefully not. Well, that's not better. Okay, but okay, let's take this back. Camera offset. Also, since you have taught me what this is, I will now say rename to camera direction in a 3D space. Okay. So when this code runs, the camera is already in the correct position. We've just moved it twice as far away. But it doesn't know that something else has moved it, and it's trying to move it back to where it should be. Why would it alternate back and forth between those, though? Is your camera just floating in space? Yes, it is floating in space, but I do have this script for following the player and orbiting around the player and zoom, but it's not it's not like a child under the player, so it needs to follow it itself. I guess I could just child it under the player though, and it would move with the player, and then I wouldn't need to keep repositioning it, except for when we do these orbits and zooms. I could see benefits to either, I think, but I don't know what might be better. But yeah, it's just floating in space. But yeah, I wonder if I just try this. Nick's following the player. And let me see how things look when I parent it. I feel like I didn't do that because... Oh yeah, like player jumping and translations and stuff. I don't necessarily want to move the camera as well. I typically will add the camera to pivot point object that I make follow the playback. Oh. Okay. I think I would have the same problem. Then rotate the tilt to handle camera up and down movements. Interesting. So you would have the pivot point object. So in here you would have, say, like a camera pivot point that the camera would be parented under, or a child of, and then you would make this, you'd script this up to follow, say, like a sibling or an unrelated object. And then you rotate the tilt to hammer handle up and down. So this guy would be rotated to handle moving the camera. I see. Oh, you know, it's probably smarter. I think literally like my whole orbit code here is literally just for exactly this. It's computing a sphere of distance around the player to move along. So maybe I should do that. You just handle the Z position of the camera to handle the zoom. So that would be... Does that work? Makes for set on camera itself, not on pivot. So if I rotate this guy Z. Don't know why my camera view is not updating, but yeah, that looks kind of oh, well. Need to make camera have no rotation X or Y position. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to build this in. This is fine. So then the Z on the camera. Oh, no rotation either. Why are you not updating in my game though? I see it here. Yeah, I'm editing the prefab. Okay, that makes sense. Because these changes wouldn't be in the scene yet. And so you update zoom like this. Interesting. No rotation X or Y, so I can use Z to pull it back. And then the pivot point, rotation. Here, what were we doing up here? Rotate the... I see. Okay, okay. And then this is my camera distance to the player effectively. And so if I wanted to say like double that, he should still be okay. Seems good. Okay. I mean, so if I now oh yeah, I guess I can just make this follow the player, and then this separate script that manipulates the camera properties can update the camera itself, so there's going to be no conflict there, I think. Okay, so I'm going to take out I'll rewrite orbit and zoom later. But if I give a script to the pivot point that just follows the player, then the camera should pull out correctly and not undo itself. So let me just follow object every frame. It's a good tip. I think it'll work. Thank you. Might as well throw it in. Cool. So this guy now, have him follow the player model, no offset, and I hope there's no like funky prefab problems. Don't think I edited much in the scene. Let's see what we got. Transform's fine. Transform. Oh right. Well, we're gonna scrap all this later anyway, so write that, post-processing layer, we want to keep that. So now we've got our pivot point, which we can rotate. Oh, that looks so much better too. So much better than my janky quaternion math, as it were. And this guy, we just update that for zoom effectively, but we'll adjust. Let's do it now. So here we want that. We'll lift up the pivot point. And no rotation. So we'll add that rotation to the pivot point. Okay, let me reread, make sure all this looks good. Add the camera to the pivot point object that follows the player. Should rotate the tilt to handle camera movement up and down. So this guy will rotate correctly. Adjust the position of camera to handle zoom. So this should look like it's zooming in and out. It does, perfect. And Alright, make sure the camera has no rotation, X or Y position. Coolio. Surely that this will work on the first try now, right? Did I think this is my fault? One sec. On our start, yeah, we don't need this anymore. That was realigning on a predetermined orbit. So now the camera should stay where it's at when we start the game, which is also nice because we had some like jumping before where it wasn't aligned right. Still need to add in the orbiting and stuff back, but it does follow the camera. Cool. And if we grow and shrink, growing should pull the camera back. That looks so weird actually. But that works. We are growing and the camera's pulling back at the correct rate. We need to adjust like movement speed and stuff, and angle and whatnot, but we should also now be able to get real small. That's so cute. I love that. I gotta head out soon, but last tip on cameras is do movement in late update. It will look smoother. Can always lerp those zoom changes too. Yeah, that's great tips. I plan on lerping them to make it look a little cooler. Got some other stuff to change, but I'm also gonna end the stream somewhat soon too. Shout out to Cozy Biscuit, who is streaming in about an hour and a half, and I want to spend some time with her before she does. But thank you for all your help. I think this looks so much nicer. We've got a cool attribute system in the game now that we can start adding stats to by just mapping them to these value changes like this. This one took so long because we were doing stuff on a related object instead of just the object that is the target. So it looks like it'll be a lot nicer and easier to update other things. We need to get some shadows or something on this guy. But that looks so cool to just zoom out like that and be huge. Also, did you tone down the smoothness in materials? I did. Does it look much different? I also adjusted a lot of the like post-processing to make it look a lot less Instagram edited. But I believe I did on a lot of the materials. Not all of them, I think. But yeah, it looks way better. Good. Thank you. Thank you. I also appreciate that tip. I appreciate all the tips. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think actually I will probably call the stream here in just a minute. But we today got our item system in, which is really cool. So we can now use items. We can use them on objects. This is the same system we'll use on equipment. So if you go ahead to the blacksmith or something and craft some equipment to wear with some stats, it'll apply these effects to you when you equip it, unapply them when you unequip it, and you're off then. Have a great night. Yeah, have a great night. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, so we got a lot done today. We got a lot more to do and some cleanup, but I'm going to do the cleanup off stream. I need to recode just basically controlling that camera from the same controls. And yeah, that's some fun stuff. If you guys like the game, we also have it on Steam right now. Feel free to wishlist it. You'll get a little notification when it's out. It'll be a little while, obviously, but not too long, hopefully. So thanks for coming into the stream. I don't think I'll raid anyone today. I'm tired, and yeah, I appreciate all the tips, the feedback, the questions, the advice, the math. We also have a Discord. Feel free to join that. I'll plug it again, and I'm gonna go have some snacks and then get back to writing some code. Nice having everybody here. Thanks for the chat. see you next week, same time.